Hello everybody, welcome back to another day of Final Fantasy XI. When we last left off, we just got done finishing a mission for Basto. It was a head turner. Kara just turned on the Republic. She tried to kill the president. It was eventful, to say the least. It was very eventful. Who knows what's going to happen next in the storyline. As always, though, we're going to start off the stream by walking around and getting situated with the dailies and stuff before we move on into the story. So let's go check the auction house, enable the daily quest, try to get the Unity chat done for the day. And then we'll move on to the Bastok story, which I think we may finish today. Yeah, I think we might finish the Bastok storyline and then move into the Sandorian one later today. Alright, we got 15 minutes. Alright, nothing sold. Like normal. Hey, Savannah, hello. Alright, let's... home point to Juno. Let's enable the Unity chat daily while we're here. And the enemy leader, multiple enemies. We were able to get a Dynamis boss done. That was pretty cool. I was actually surprised we were able to get that done. Alright, let's go to Juno. Hog House. Okay, let's go turn into some seals. And, which we only got one. Let's also use this high potion tank. Why not? Also, how many points do we get from logging in? We got 100 login. So we can't get a new trust today. Let's turn that stuff in. Hey, Cut. Hello. I answered your question yesterday, Cut, but I don't know if you were here or not. I'm getting unlucky with stuff selling on the auction house. Damn, someone undercut by 5k. Jeez. Yeah. Someone undercut by 5k again. I guess there's more supply than demand. I guess. I'll just leave it up there for the time being. Alright, let's use a high tank. Alright, then let's switch over to the elixir one and do the exact same. How dare you, Cut? How dare you? The audacity. CEO is today, Cut. Day 1. I don't know what time. The Eastern time zone, though. Alright, let's sell these items. There we go. Get a little money. Yeah, sell the elixirs. I wonder if that stuff is, if you can restream that stuff over on YouTube. I wonder how that works. There we don't need these. Let's see. What else were we selling? Oh yeah, the high potion. We got rid of the high potion. Do we really need wolf hide? I don't think so. I don't know about anything else though. Alright, let's go get rid of the crystals and put those in. Oh, we can actually do it right here. Yes, sir. There we go. Oh, oops. Wrong item. There we go. 15 points. Okay. 20 inventory slots. Better than 0. Oh, wow. You can use it again. Maybe you want to use the 2 minutes. Yeah, we got 2 more uses. Let's see how much currency is on the auction house while we wait. I want to look. Yeah, here we go. A stack of 1 bills is 220k, getting undercut to 100k. Ouch. That sucks. What forgotten item? We got a journey. Alright, let's wait. We got 7 seconds to wait on using this item. Cool. Let's see. Journey. 5k. Okay. A little bizarre that. For 5k. And yeah, 30 seconds. Oh, they're only doing it in 2 days. Oh. So it's not 3 days. Huh. That's different. Alright, nice. Alright, so what we want to do is we want to take it off, too. And then you can sell it. Yeah, so you can get 5 elixirs to sell, and then the item itself. See? So, maximize profits. You did the same with the high potion, too. Alright, let's try to get into the Unity chat to get that daily done as well. How many times is it gonna take? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 11. Not bad. Now we got that daily done. Easy 500 limit points. Alright, let's deactivate, and then I guess let's continue on with the story. Yeah, alright, just making sure. Okay, cool. Yeah, who knows what the heck is going to happen after the events of what happened yesterday. Gulka sausage. Pumpkin pie. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Oh, it's you, Akane. Forgive me. Ever since the attempt on the president's life, haven't been able to sleep so well at night. A guardsman like me's got plenty of time to ponder. No matter how much I rack my brain, though, I can't believe that Captain Kara was behind the hideous deed. Of course, all the official announcements from the president's office are claiming it to be the work of a Tomberry, so not to cause a public stir. Ah, were it only so. You can say that again, friend. Why, if it isn't Nicholas and 5 Moons, how fare the Mithro Musketeers? They fare not all that well. Not at all, I'm afraid. Thanks to our Earnestwell captain's foray into the field of the presidential assassin, our glorious unit has been disbanded, and its members relegated to penal duty. We proudly stand before you as Nicholas and 5 Moons of the disciplinary Company Shink. Zeed was sent to the field with Company Jackal, no doubt to perform some suitable, arduous, and trivial task. Consider yourself lucky you were only an honorary member of our squad, Akane. Were you a full-fledged musketeer, you'd surely have to suffer the same fate. I just can't make a sense of it, Nicholas. What unholy madness could have driven an honorable soldier to such treachery? I wish I had an answer. 5 Moons, but my deductive powers fail me this time. There is simply no logical motive that could account for captain of the Mithro Musketeers, drawing steel against the very man she was sworn to protect. And yet, it's exactly what she did. Even Volker is made to feel the wrath of her treasonous blade. Yeah, she cut his face. Thankfully, he suffered only a grazed wound. Still, only one thing remains clear. Captain Kara must be tracked down and made the answer for her crimes. So, this is where the slithery stinks skiver off to. We've got a situation on our hands. Who's this? Disciplinary Captain Herbert. Whatever is the matter? Whatever is the matter, sir? I'm your superior now, and you best not be forgetting it. It's that mass meddler, Zeed. He's deserted his unit. What? You heard me. I said he deserted. An emergency dispatch just came in from the Jackal's sergeant in Bayadex. He said, yours surely, comrade, went off on a survey of the Quadoff territory and failed to return with his squad. I've ordered a handful of men to join the search effort, and it's time you got off your pompous posteriors and joined them. You hear me, Schlinks? That's an order. Yes, sir. Incidentally, would you have to have any insight into his destination? Any potential leads at all would be most What I do? What do I look like? A goblin tipster? I haven't the time or interest to keep up with every half-baked rumor brought to me. Besides, I've business in Eldine. If you're going to bother someone, make it Sergeant Raynor of the Jackals. Now get lost, and next time I see you scrubs, that overgrown loafer had better be with you. Desertion. That doesn't sound like Zed at all. Zed, I know. As if we haven't suffered enough indignity. Now he flouts our superiors further. What could the man possibly be thinking? But I'm afraid we haven't the luxury to ponder his motives. If we do not find him, and soon, we can prepare for the worst. The worst, you say? The maximum penalty for desertion during wartime is death. After all, there are plenty of loose cannons in the disciplinary regimen looking to impress their superiors. If one of them were to find him, why, his sentence might just be carried out on the spot. Then we must find him before the others do. Yes, if we can convince him to return on his own accord, there's still hope. But it'll be no small task to track him down without knowing his true intentions. In any event, there's nothing to be gained standing around here. Let's make for Baedex and see what clues this Sergeant Raynor may have for us. I trust you're up to the task as well, Akane? Excellent. With our three heads together, we bound to come up with something. Very well then, let's be off. Huh. So Zed deserted. Has to be a reason why, though. He's not the type to just desert like this. We're gonna take the... Well, let's redo our sigil first. Alright. Teleportation. Deathlands. No, this time it's actually... Not Gustberg. Is it? No. Novaville. No? I'm never gonna get this right. Maybe I never got the... Oh, it's probably because I never got the book. That's probably why, yeah. But we got the parcel in Marshlands, though. Yeah, no, I did. It's at the entrance of Baedex. Oh, okay. Yeah, here we go. Now, why would he desert, though? Then again, the person he just believed in most just tried to assassinate the president, so... Maybe trying to make heads or tails of what happened. Eh? Oh, is this Raynor? That's the search party, I assume. Survey of the quad-off perimeter complete, Sergeant Raynor, sir. Movement of 100 shellback scouts observed and recorded as ordered, sir. Yeah. Took your sweet time, didn't ya, maggots? Well, hand them over. There better be not a single page out of place. Yes, sir. One, two. You expect me to read these chocobo scratches? 3, 4. I've seen better quellsmen from a go booth. 5. 88, 89. What are you, deaf and stupid? I said 100. Get back out there, jackals. What? But you didn't even count them all. You got a problem, slugs? Then make it 200. Sort by shell color. And, triplicate. I don't care if it's raining. There better not be a single smudge on them. Now quit dragging your behinds and move. Move, I say. Go. Give me a break already. Sergeant Rayner, sir. I don't recall being on first name basis with no sissy boys. Nicholas of the company Shink, sir. This is my comrade 5 Moon. And this is Akani. Today we're investigating the disappearance of your man, Zed. And doing a bloody poor job from the looks of it. If you're going to find him and quit wasting my time. And remember, if he puts up a fight, there's no need to bring him back alive. Yes, of course, sir. We just thought we might better perform our duties if you could spare us some information. Any conspicuous changes in Zed's behavior since he joined your esteemed unit, for example? His behavior? He's a bloody Gulka. What do you think his behavior is? He stands around sulking and brooding like he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders. Blah. What does that fool know about responsibility? I've got myself a whole squad full of those lots to look after. You don't see me complaining. Oh, you over there. Slacking on duty, are we? Get back to your post before I feed your sorry bones to the puggles. I said pick up those legs, soldier. Sulking and brooding? It would seem the matter of Captain Kara is eating at our friend's soul as well. A little surprised that beneath his rough exterior, Zed was the most deeply loyal to the captain of any of us. Wait, that's just it. Perhaps he still is. Perhaps the two of them are plotting something together. What? What are you saying, Nicholas? Zed was our steward, comrade, a proud Mithro musketeer. Why you nigh accuse him of treason? Have you forgotten, 5 Moons? How quick your comrade was to come to the aid of a would-be assassin? Then Captain Kara disappears, and our man soon follows. Why, it's only natural to draw a connection. Ellipsis, exclamation point. Yes. Whatever his motives, Zed's actions clearly serve to abide the captain's escape. It's possible that he was in on the entire plot from the beginning. What? You've got... You got too far, Nicholas. You go too far, Nicholas. Zed may be many things, but even you can't deny that he was among the Mithra Musketeers' most loyal men. Yes, but where does his loyalties truly lie? To his unit and to his captain? If you recall, Zed's promotion came at the behest of Captain Kara herself. Did he perhaps owe her a debt of many years past? A debt that he now seeks to repay? But what matter of debt? Say they are old comrades. I've heard precious little about their past. As have I. Odd, isn't it not? One would expect to see the two share the occasional war story. But no. They have always kept their lips tightly sealed, almost as if they have something to hide. I never paid it much heed, but in light of the recent events, it is most suspicious indeed. What bond did they share? What bond did they share? And that the captain was so determined to count Zed among her men. His prowess in battle is unquestioned, of course. And yet, there are no accounts of him having distinguished himself in any other regiment. To appoint a nameless man, no matter how skilled, to the Mithra Musketeer is simply an unprecedented act. It would seem that this is where our answer lies. The truth of their past would surely offer a clue as to their current whereabouts. But where to begin our search? The Mithra Musketeers have been Bastok's elites since their inception. Their connection to the president makes it even more vital that only the Republic's finest are chosen for the job. I have not seen it myself, but they say there exists a tomb of records detailing the coming and going of all officers in our unit's storied history. The previous affiliations of all members and the posts they've had, deeds they've done, all should be listed there. The enrollment roster. Why, of course. Simply brilliant, Five Moons. I'll make a scholar of you yet. That said, we've not gained access easily. Word has it that all relevant records have been confiscated as key evidence in the investigation. The Iron Musketeers are sure to have it locked away in their unyielding grip. As much as it pains me to grovel at our rival's feet, we've no choice but to appeal to Captain Bahalamas. Kamakade, 5 Moons. We return to the metalworks. Okay, back to Bastok. Blah. He got the point, though. No prior history to Zed's military rank, and he gets appointed a top position. Is bloody suspicious. If he didn't have to rise through the ranks like everybody else. All right, back to Bastok. Hey, little me, hey, Van. Hey, Fox. Good morning. Okay. So how are they gonna get those records? Captain Bahalamos, you say? Why, he's in the briefing room last I saw. I'll warn you, though, he seems to be in an especially prickly mood. It would seem the investigation has taken a toll on all of us. Enrollment records. What business would you have with those? For all I know, you could be scheming with those treacherous friends of yours. What if she were, Valhallos? Well, if it isn't the Mithril Shinks. What do I owe the honor? I was simply offering your colleague a piece of honest advice. If she wishes to stay on the right side of the law, it behooves her to stay away from the likes of you. Anyhow, your request is as futile as it is foolish. All records pertaining to your ignorable unit has been seized and locked away until the investigation is over. Not even my own loyal men are allowed access, let alone a couple misfits deemed unfit for duty by virtue of their connection to the very incident that now pokes their meddling noses into. Why, nothing short of authorization from the disciplinary Captain Halbert could convince me otherwise. But do not despair, I'm sure he's simply thrilled to make such a request on behalf of a pair of shinks as distinguished as you two. There's one man who hasn't lost his knack for adding insult to injury. We mustn't give in. Captain Herbert says he has business in Eldim Necropolis. We can only hope that he takes pity on our plight. Alright, to Eldim Necropolis. Hey, Starry Dance. Good evening. Did I miss any plot? Yeah. The Mithril Musketeers got disbanded following Carla's attempt to assassinate the president. And all members of the units have been relegated to basically stuff to humiliate them. And now two of the members, Nicholas and Five Moon, are Zed has deserted the unit that he's been established to. And so they were led to investigate what happened to him. And then they are starting to speculate about Zed in general. So they've talked about how Zed is Carla's most loyal man in the unit, and he was appointed Mithril Musketeer despite having no military rank and moving up the military ranks. And so they're wondering if he's still loyal to her, because the past that they share, they've never talked about it before. So now they're trying to get access to a record that records all positions of the Mithril Musketeers so that they can investigate Zed's past, so that they can try to use it to deduce where he is and all that stuff, so that they can learn about their comrade. Yeah, a lot has happened in just 30 minutes. And at the end of yesterday's stream, Carla tried to assassinate the president, like, out of nowhere. So people are trying to make heads or tails out of why she just suddenly tried to assassinate the president. despite showing no signs of hostility whatsoever. So, that was shocking. Dun, 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 dun. But Final Fantasy XI is an old MMO, which means that it's not Final Fantasy XIV, which means that its story sucks. Where is he? Looking for Red Axe. Oh, he's in the What is hype, chat? You don't see it in your chat now, do you? You do? Oh, great. I can't disable it then. It's Twitch's attempt to get hands on donation money. Or tip money through PayPal. That's what it is. Business with Captain Herbert, you say? Visitors for me. Great act. Captain Herbert. You two stinks again. I told you to stay out of my sight until the renegade was with you. Captain, we beg you. I'll be frank, I don't trust the three of you as far as I can throw you. But I believe in justice. Priority now is to bring in the deserter. Should this shed any light on the investigation, so much the better. Very well, I shall draft your authorization. Duocrine, a wax seal if you would. Wait, did he just call him by his non-Vulcan name? Or his military Vulcan name? Of course, Captain. Should be right back here, it should. My apologies, sir. It seems we've exhausted our supply. We've a reserve stocked in Bastoke, but to return there would take ages. Unless, of course, the goblin Letterfox in the Volcarel Inlet. She always has a pinch to fix us up with the goods we need for a fee, of course. Last time I brought a lump of beeswax and a jar of red textural dye, and she was happy to oblige. You there, soldier? Go to the Volcaret and procure the wax seal we need. That's an order. Nicholas and Five Moons, you will tell me all you know of Zed and Captain Corral. It would seem the secrets behind their disappearance run deeper than any of us imagined. Alright, we gotta go back. Also, hello. Mio, hello. And Sizzler, hello. That's interesting. If I just wanted to watch a Let's Play, I should. I love hearing this kind of discussion. This is interesting. Oh, I'm sorry. I misread that. This is interesting. If I just wanted to watch a Let's Play, I would. And I love hearing this kind of discussion. I guess I'm just conditioned by the years of like the early streams where I've had people say so many comments of like, hey, shut up and get back to the game or something. I guess and that's conditioned me to view things negatively. Or wave? Yes. Or wave. Yes. Yes, that was traumatizing. Let's go to the auction house. Alright, we need beeswax. If I remember, you have to actually craft this. Beeswax should be in alchemy. Yeah. Hey, there's only one though. Vi made me wish list like 10 games yesterday, all during her demo day. I've seen people do those streams. I guess I just don't like demos as much as I used to growing up. No, I think what it is that I have a wide range of stuff to already play that I kind of don't really want to add more to it on that math, I guess. So I don't personally see the appeal of playing a multitude of demos. I will say though, with like all the stuff that's been coming out this year that I want to play, my God, like, I mean, it's gonna sound bad, but this is like the first year where I'm just sitting there thinking like, there's absolutely no way I can afford all of this at all. It's too much shit. It's too much stuff. Like I saw that the Persona Q game is going to be $60. Super Mario $60. And a bunch of other ones. I've been looking more into deals than I ever have been, or ways to like than I ever have been. All the Switch games alone fall, no way. Yeah, I mean, no, yeah, I mean, there's Jedi Survivor. I want to play Jedi Survivor. I still want to play Dead Space. Granted, the marathon's probably gonna take longer than November, which is 5 months from now. So maybe I'll be able to pick up Dead Space during the Steam sale. Maybe with Jedi Survivor too. But then you got like the Persona 3 remake, the Persona Q game. The Metal Gear Solid collection is $60 as well, and I'm getting that day one. There's no way I'm not getting it. And you got Alan Wake 2, which I can't wait for because I love Alan Wake 1. There's just so much stuff. I didn't meet the viewership requirements for the Final Fantasy 16 campaign from Square, which is fine. I just bought it myself. I bought that the other day. Let's sell these high potions. Weren't there like 5 games in October? I don't know. There's so many. There's just so much stuff. And it's not only that, it's time too. Like there's just not enough time to play it all either. Like the anniversary event is going on right now in Dead by Daylight, and I'd like to play it, but where am I gonna find it? I gotta sleep at some point. I'm still like 4 updates behind in Monster Hunter Rise as well. I haven't played it since I didn't play the Belkana update. Alright, let's go to the... And that was a while ago, too. I ain't complaining. I just don't know how I'll manage it all. I need to seriously consider doing some of these on YouTube, though, so that I can get through some of them. Definitely. Yes. Yeah. We got lucky that there was beeswax, because otherwise we'd have to craft it ourselves, and that would be a pain in the ass. Too many games? Yeah. The 2 Yakuza games. Well, technically 3 for me, because I haven't played Ishin. The 3 Yakuza games as well. And I haven't even done the post-game stuff in Like a Dragon. That's also the thing, is like with the plethora of stuff too. It makes it to where playing the old ones are harder. But then again, it's like, I don't know. There's also the stream thing, the stream part about it as well, though. Like, I can't sit here and say, like, there's definitely not an encouragement to play some new games because you think it's going to help your stream grow. And then you avoid some games that have poor viewership because you're just like, even though you want to play them, because you're like, well, it's not going to help your channel grow. And I can't sit here and say I don't think about that stuff too. Because there's definitely like when we were doing the visual novels back in 2019, and I wanted to play Steingate as well, but then I was like, maybe not, maybe I shouldn't. I tried getting better at buying games on sale, considering how slow I play them. Yeah. Same for me. Some games I have already been out. At least when you get to some, they'll be cheaper. Yeah, that's true. I don't think the Let's Play for Like a Dragon, the post-game stuff will be a good Let's Play because it's just mainly me just doing battles. Like, because that's what it is you're just grinding levels so that you can do the final dungeon. And I don't know, there's a guy over on YouTube called John Awesome who focuses on like Persona games, but RPGs in general. And like, say for like Persona, he cuts out the battles in his Let's Plays because like he does like 30-minute, 40-minute Let's Plays. And think about back to our Persona 3 playthrough and Persona 4 playthrough we did last year, which were both 200 hours long. Think about how much time I spent fighting in battles. It was probably at least like 30, 40, 50 hours worth. And then think about that in Let's Play format. There would be some episodes where literally it's just battles. And that's it. And when you like, so when I was thinking like, when I'm thinking of like YouTube stuff, because I never really thought about this stuff before, because the YouTube thing I ever, like Let's Play I ever did was Resident Evil, and those work really well for Let's Plays. But yeah, when you sit there and you think about it, you're like, do I really want to show every last battle I do in a Let's Play format? Because it feels like there's more pressure in a Let's Play format to have the story be more present than, say, in a stream. That was like the reason. That was the number one reason why I cut down doing the mini games in the Resident Evil 4 Let's Play over on YouTube, because it felt wrong not putting the story first. It just felt wrong. Yeah. It's kind of hard to. It's kind of hard to explain. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Blind play, where you're just like focused on raw gameplay, I think those lend themselves more to streams, because you can bounce conversation off of chat, which makes the, let's just say, duller part, which is that stuff, more bearable, where it's kind of harder to do that in a Let's Play in a format, I'd say. Because you really have to, like, come up with all the conversation yourself. And someday, I mean, I do that myself. But I'm not gonna lie, some days I run out of things to talk about. And I'm like, well, what do I talk about now? Oh, what brings you to Lita today? A wax seal, you say? Don't tell me. Red Axe, right? Figures. Big Lug can't do anything for himself. Fine, sit tight and I'll whip up one for you. Lita's wax to save the day. Keep her secrets tucked safe away. Here you go. And do tell Red Axe the next time. Next time he sends someone to do his own dirty work, I'll be charging double. Got it? Like, for instance, if this was a YouTube Let's Play, I would probably be inclined to edit out all the running you do in this game from point A to point B, because that takes up, like, I would honestly admit, like, 70% of this playthrough is just running. And in a YouTube Let's Play, I would probably omit it by just cutting to the part to where we get to. Because, like, the viewer is unfortunately over there, since your stuff is mostly relegated by an algorithm, the less people watch your videos, the less they get sent out. So if you have parts that people are just, like, skipping or not watching, it makes your viewer retention go down, which then in turn makes your videos less likely to be recommended, and then this doesn't help you. At least cut the area out a second time. Yeah, that would make sense. I mean, I'm like you. I prefer to see it raw, but because I like seeing all the minutia in the middle, but that's just not what YouTube is about. Oh. Yeah, he would, wouldn't he? Let's Plays generally don't get a lot of views really unless it's super popular game. Yeah. Generally for me, the YouTube videos that get the most viewership are the ones where I'm talking about games and some like discussion videos. For me. Like my first Let's Play of Resident Evil 4 Remake did okay. And pretty much every episode after that, it was not as good. Even the ending. Like usually there's a pickup for the ending. I didn't have that either. So at that point for me, it's more about me just trying to play the game and find time to play it versus trying to actually grow my YouTube channel off of it. Not worth the time, you think? Well, I mean, ultimately, it takes about an hour, like 45 to 55 minutes to do one of those. You just have to weigh if that's worth your time or not. The thoughts videos that I was making for the Final Fantasy games are hella not worth my time. I was spending like 10 hours each video over the course of days working on those things. And I would barely break 20 views. It was not worth it at all. So I just stopped making them. It was not worth it at all. I was becoming like unhappy while making those. I could feel it because I was not looking forward to like spending that much time working on that stuff at all. All right, let's go back to LD and Necropolis. Unfortunately, not many people shared your point of view on that, Renegade. It's just too much time to invest. Like, I'm here 8 hours a day, and then I go to work 7 to 8 hours a day, Monday through Friday. And then the idea of spending like 10 plus hours on a video when I already don't have that much free time is not appealing in the slightest. Not at all. Okay, I've seen the exact video made by YouTubers I watched, how they spend months of effort on a masterpiece, and then their 20-minute filler video does 100 times better. Dude, literally the thoughts video of me just talking about Metal Gear Solid like on stream after we watched the presentation of it did 35 times better than the video I spent 10 hours on. So, there's just no point. There's no point. It's a waste of time. Waste of my own time. It's telling me that I need to take our discussion videos and put them on YouTube more often. I mean, that's all that if you use Max as an example like we did earlier, that's pretty much all he does. Is he takes the talking pieces of his streams and just turns them into YouTube videos. I just need to have more of a content brain for that, which I don't. I have a hard time transitioning that stuff. But, yeah. Also, hello, Renegade. Ah, yes. No mistaking the sight, or the stink of it. That's one of Lita's wax seals, all right. What? Go myself next time. Or she'll charge double. Why, that no good. Ah, it's just as well. I could use some fresh air for a change. Excellent work, soldier. Skeptical as I was, speaking with these two has convinced me beyond a doubt that the fugitive must be found at all costs. It would seem you're the best men for the job. I'll write up your authorization. Thank you for your trust, Captain. We are forever in your debt. I've no use for words, skinks. You can show your gratitude by tracking down your comrades and getting to the bottom of this whole mess. That's an order. Yes, sir. We've done it, Akane. 5 moons. Now, to see what tantalizing secrets the archives hold. Let us return to the Republic with all speed. Yeah, that's true too, Grey One. Yeah, the relevancy is definitely a big part in it as well, for sure. Like, Max talks a lot about fighting videos, so he gets a lot of viewership on his fighting videos because he's made his channel relevant to that kind of content, so it works out for him. Absolutely. Definitely use that as an example. My schedule has changed drastically. I work days now, so I won't be able to visit as often. I saw the Talking Taco and was like, it's been too long. Aka became a taco. Yeah, it's one of the newer features I've added to the stream. It's been positively received. People seem to enjoy it. Alex, if you're lurking.
Thank you.
People like it. I need to sit down some days when I'm not busy and brainstorm more stuff related to it. Oh, Starry Dance, hey, thank you for gifting a sub to Renegade. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for robbing me of another sub of the Partnership Plus program. Thank you. Thanks so much for the support. Enjoy the emotes and the ad-free viewing that comes along with it, Renegade. Here we go. Not to mention the ability of us being able to tell when Aka is mute. He can no longer hide it. That is true. That is very true. Hey, Stereo. Well, sometimes he's just singing along quietly. Well, it just moved right there because I coughed. So. That's not a dual boxer. I do hum a lot. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I initiated. I wasn't sure. Oh, Akane. Nicholas just came rushing through here like a rabid blunderbuss. What? Whatever do you suppose has gotten into him? At any rate, go on in. He should be right inside. Akane, 5 moons. Took the scenic route, did you? Forgive me. I simply couldn't bear to wait, so I took it upon myself to peruse the records on my own. Little to my surprise, it didn't take long to come across the most intriguing passage. You found a clue? An entry in question is dated CE 858, roughly 6 years ago. It reads, in the vicinity of the Horfang Keep, In Bendai, Captain Kara Best of the Mithril Musketeer captured and took into custody the Gulka War Cloud. Captured? What could this mean? What could Zed possibly have done that would call for his capture? Who was he? I'm afraid the report goes into no further detail. Still, to be chased out to the far reaches of such a savage territory, it's clear enough he was up to no good. Wait, Horror Rain. Why does that name sound so familiar to me? Yes, of course. That was the site of the Gulkan Massacre. The Gulkan Massacre? Oh, you speak of the 13th. Gulkan Massacre? Have you heard the tale, Akane? It was some 7 years ago. The 13th Regiment was dispatched to Bendai for a particularly perilous campaign against the Beastmen. Okay. But the 13th was no ordinary unit. It was comprised entirely of Gulka, you see. Some even say it was this reason that they were chosen for such a dangerous mission. It cannot be denied, given how deep prejudice ran in those days. Damn, so all these people got massacred, huh? Unfortunately, the tale comes to a tragic end. Reports from the front say that they fought dauntlessly against a foe who vastly outnumbered them. In the end, not a single brave soldier was to return. Damn. Nicholas, could there be some connection between Zed's disappearance and the fate of the 13th? As it stands, it's the only lead we've got. Kamakane, 5 moons. Let us make for Bendai, for Horfei. I too feel we will find our answers there. But let us be cautious. The glacier is not a forgiving place. You know, this game looks surprisingly good considering. I'm not saying, I'm not questioning your comment at all. I agree with you. Again, I gotta say my biasness because I've played this game over a 15+ year period of time in 220,000 hours. But I do believe that this game gets this unfair amount of jade because it's old. Yo, Starry Dance, hey, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Van and robbing me of another sub towards the Partnership Plus program. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the 2 gifted subs. Thank you. Enjoy the ad-free viewing and the emotes. Van, enjoy. Hey, Ramination, hello. Sub job thief achieved. But yeah, no, I like this game, especially now that 14 is out. This game, in my opinion, just gets unwanted dislike for no real warrant reason. Because now there's a shinier, bigger brother out that is going to make the, you know, its age much more apparent, but it's not a bad game. Like it's never really been a bad game. It's been a brutal game. That I will not deny. But it's like 11 has always been a very good game from its inception. Just it's an MMO, so I've always assumed that the bulk of Final Fantasy fans would never really give it the time of the day. The same way I think the bulk of Final Fantasy fans won't give 14 the time of the day. Simply because it's an MMO. Brutal, but the rewards felt like it was worth the torture. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, absolutely. I was really surprised by how much I enjoyed the early FF games myself. It's Pro Jared, yeah. He has review videos for a lot of stuff. I think for Final Fantasy in particular, I think he's up to like 12, I think. I don't think he's touched 13 yet. But I might be wrong. He was not a fan of 8. He was not a fan of 8. Yeah, he did not like 8. He's playing through 15 right now. Or not like this very moment, but he's playing through 15 now. So I guess he's gonna make a video on that at some point. He never played it, which I was surprised. But that's another example. Those kind of videos, like that stuff that he makes, that stuff takes a long time. Cause he writes out a script. You can tell he writes out a script with the way he talks. You know, that takes a while. You downloaded Lightning's Return today? I've never played any of the 13s myself. The brutal part of the game now is the in-game and master level grind. Yeah. 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 Yeah, the master level grind is, in a way, like a simulation of like old leveling to some extent. Yeah, and then like that's why I've mentioned the whole like the abusiveness that people get away with the copyright claim stuff. Really hurts those creators that spend months of periods of time on that stuff. Who put out like one video a month and stuff. That stuff sucks. I couldn't imagine spending that much time on a video. You put it out and then it gets copyright claim, whether it's like and like falsely too. That would be so annoying. I do too, Savannah. Z. Harley. Ellipsis, exclamation point, question. That's one more yo meat, War Cloud. Wait. Something's different about her. Captain Carver. I knew it. They were in this together all along. Captain Carver, Z, you two have so much to answer for. Have you even the slightest conception of what you've done? Captain, I knew you would come. I too would hear your answers. Zeed? Ever since that day, I've struggled to piece it all together. The bond we shared, the bonds we share, bear the strength of time. Through the years, I have known you always to be an honorable captain and a true friend. I had to believe that you had a reason for doing what you did. But no, this I cannot understand. I cannot forgiven. There are no circumstances, no motives that could excuse an act of cold-blooded treason. Zed, it seems I've caused you all a bit of trouble. You have my apologies, but I fear I had no other choice. The president is in league with the Beastmen. Even now, he plots in the shadows for the Republic's demise. Ellipsis exclamation point question mark. What is this nonsense? Do you offer any proof? If anyone is in league with the enemy, it's you. I've already seen through your little dark steel hurricane charade. Disguising an Amran man as a notorious killer for reasons I can't even begin to fathom. So you too have been poisoned by Prion's venomous fangs. But not you, Zed. You trust me, don't you? Captain, No, Zed. Pray no heed for her lies. Zed, surely you haven't forgotten by those good graces you haven't forgotten by whose good graces you stand here today. By whose charity the murderer became a musketeer. Murderer? I still believe in you, Zed. Your friends may have gone over to the darkness, but you shall remain true to the end until we meet again. Zed, what does she mean, murderer? She's fabricating stories, isn't she? Just like that nonsense about the president. Tell me she lies, Zed. Ellipsis. Tell me she lies. The captain speaks the truth. No, it can't be. That's Scar. Dark Steel Hurricane? But why? I couldn't forgive them. They left us to die.
Hey, listen!
Forgive who? Who left who to die? You're making no sense, Zed. Hey, Tater. Hey, thank you so much for the raid. Hey, thank you. Hey, thank you. Hey, Jiggles. Hey, Tater. Hey, welcome. Hope you had a nice stream. Thank you. Thanks so much for taking part in Tater's raid. It was 7 long years ago. Oh, Giggles. I'm sorry. Hey, Icewind. Hello. We were on an expedition to the north when we came under sudden ambush by the Beastmen. The enemy came in great numbers. With the aid of the patrol unit stationed nearby, we could have withstood them. But no, those accursed humans gave a single glance in our direction and went the other way. And so we fought alone to our deaths. What? But that's not what the records say. And this surprises you, 5 moons? Who writes the histories? No Gulka, I tell you. That scar, it's the mark of the 13th Regiment. A once proud band of which now only I remain. Ah. So he survived the onslaught. They didn't help the regiment. And he vowed revenge. Whoa. Damn. They bleed yellow? That day I laid on the battlefield surrounded by the bloody corpses of my comrades, my brothers, my friends, by whose side I fought and laughed no more. I carved this mark into my forehead and swore a vow to myself. Try as they may rewrite the past, I would show them that there is one who would never ever forget the injustices of that day. So you hunted them down, and murdered them in cold blood, and mutated their foreheads as you did your own. And you call this justice? Have you any idea what you've done? Ellipsis. The man we took for comrade turns out to be no more than a savage killer. We've been serving alongside a murderer all this time, 5 moons. I mean, 5 moons is gonna be down with the cause, though, dude. It would seem the Mithril Musketeers deserve their fate. Zed, I can't even begin to express the depths of which you've betrayed us. Be gone from my sight, and see that your blood-stained blade never disgraces the Mithril Musketeers again. Uh-oh, who's this? Ah, shit. That's him. That's the renegade. Zed of Company Jackal, I place you under arrest for desertion. Oh, damn, he's getting arrested now? Damn. Take him away. And you've got permission to break a bone or two. In fact, make that an order. Seems even lousy skins are good for their word after all. Ever thought of coming over to the Jackals? I got a shortage of capable men in my squad. Anyways, here's something for your troubles. Now, don't get yourself killed on your return. Thank you, Akane. You can take this with you. Take that with you. We couldn't have done any of this without your help. This whole affair with Zed doesn't sit well with me, but there's still little we can do here. Let's return to the Republic and consider our next move. Okay. Got a super re-erase, nice. I've seen nothing of this game. Yeah, that's no surprising. That's not surprising. Tater. 1, it's an MMO. And 2, it's the non-popular MMO nowadays out of the 2, so it's not too surprising. If you guys are want to get up to speed in what's going on, so our unit, which is called the Mithril Musketeers, our captain, which you may have seen the redhead girl, she attempted to kill the president when they met up with the president in private and failed. And so our unit has been disbanded. And we were trying to find Zed here, who was a part of our unit, the guy who cut his forehead. deserted. I guess because he was trying to make sense of what was going on. And we were trying to find him. And we come to find out that he's a murderer. He's the murderer that was killing politicians 7 years ago. Because random politicians were dying 7 years ago. And marks branded on their foreheads. And so now we found out why. Because he was part of the squadron that they sent to the north here. And they abandoned them and didn't help them when they plead for help. So we're trying to figure out why our captain attempted to murder the president, and so she claims that the president is in league with the Beastmen, and so but the people in the cutscenes don't believe it, or at least one of them doesn't believe it. So trying to figure out what's going on. Hey Def, hello. I feel like I'm missing something. Gorgon. Oh fuck. I wasn't paying attention. Fuck me. Is he a decent challenge? Yeah, you just should be able to handle it. Let's go over here so we don't aggro that eye. Chris. Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. You're talking about the ranger lady with the red mage armor. I wasn't referring to her. I thought her costume looked different, like it was a different color. But I guess not. In short, everyone's going crazy. Hey Barbos, hello. Alright. We gotta watch out because these guys have Doom. So we gotta be careful here. Yeah, my skills are growing up like crazy though, fighting them. Hey, have a good night, Renegade. Yeah, no, it was great to see you. Oh, fuck. Oh. Well, that must have been something else. Yeah, it was nice to see you. Thanks for dropping by. But yeah, for everyone who came along with the raid, his name's Akamatzu. That's it, right there. Mortal Ray is the Doom move, so if you look at him while he does it goes in effect. But if you turn around real quick, like we did there, it doesn't work. But you gotta be ready for it. Damn, our skills are going up like nice. You know, I have a mind to fight until my parry and evasion skills go up. So parry evasion skills went up like nuts fighting this dude. But this is the first MMO in the Final Fantasy franchise, Final Fantasy 11. Came out back in, I believe, either 2002 or 2003. It's very old. I guess 21 years old, I believe. Which would make... Yeah, which would mean it came out in 2002. So we're going through the story of it. Right now we're exploring the 4th expansion, Wings of the Goddess, is what it's called. And thanks for taking part in Tater's raid. Ah, come on. sake. Leave them alone. We're playing as a dancer. So if you've ever played Final Fantasy V, it was a job in Final Fantasy V. I think it's a job in Final Fantasy XIV too, I think. That wasn't me. Oh no, I was gonna say that was not me. Oh, that's something else. Our parry skill got to 274. Not bad. The bleed might be a censorship. Oh. This guy gets a lot more health than I would imagine. Whoa, no! I didn't mean to fall down the hole. Alright, we're just gonna warp ring out of here. Originally I was gonna run to the survival book, but let's just warp ring out. All right, let's take the home point back. All right, fast toke. And it always feels like there's a besiege when you're not on the game. Like every time I try to see if there's a besiege, there's never a besiege. But you know what happens?
Say it isn't so, Akane. Is it true that Zed was arrested and in prison? Why, the man was like a brother to me. The most honorable soldier I've ever known. Ever since the day he saved me from the black blade of by-God head-taker. I swore to him that I'd follow him to the ends of the earth if he asked. I would, and question his honor, not 1 minute. Not 1 second for as long as I live. Forgive me, Akane. My emotions got the better of me for a moment there. I hope I wasn't overheard. That was a close one. But weren't you, were you able to persuade the others to listen to reason? I don't know what happened out in the glacier, but surely Zed deserves a chance to clear his name. Nicholas and Five Moons are inside. You must talk to them and see what can be done. Our friend is counting on us, Akane.
Okay. Ah, Akane, I trust your journey back from the glacier was eventful. It would seem the rumors are true. Zed has been locked away in a maximum security cell in the Benedict Watchtower. Captain Bahalamos took great pleasure in informing me of this fact personally. There are no words yet as to what his punishment will be, but it'll be not light, I assure you. I've conveyed the news to Volker as well. The events in Bendai Glacier, Zed and Kara's past, the true identity of the Darksteel Hurricane. Let it suffice to say that he was in shock of disbelief. The two joined the Mithril Musketeers together, and he was closer to Zed than any save the captain herself. And yet he knew nothing of all of this. I can still hardly believe it myself. No Gulka who's ever felt the sting of prejudice could begrudge him in the depths of bitterness and hate he must have bore for Hume since that day. But to allow that to turn him into a wanton, reckless murderer. I fully intend to file an official report to the security office of Darksteel Hurricane's identity. Volker would have none of that, however. He still believes in them and insists his Captain Kara must have a due reason for taking Zed under her wing. Truly, have his injustices gone to his head? Has his injuries gone to his head? It seems clear to me that any shred of honor once possessed by our one-time comrade is gone, and we deal now with little more than two common criminals. But I still can't simply disregard the word of my superior. We will refrain from notifying the authorities until we can ascertain their motives behind the shadow of a doubt. Mom's the word of what you've seen, Akane. Anyhow, forgive me. I shouldn't burden you with the musings of matters beyond our control. Volker has near recovered from his wounds and will soon be restored to active duty. Five Moon and I must return to Captain Shink as well. Your assistance has been greatly appreciated, Akane. Until we meet again. Okay. What was it you say? Nicholas and Five Moons have returned to their unit. Do they intend to leave Zed to rot away in a cell? Will they sit idly by as he is sentenced to death? He was their comrade. Are bonds of the Mithril so brittle as this? I worry for Zed, Akane. And the look in your eyes tells me you feel the same. I know. Why don't you pay a visit to the Benedict Watchtower? Surely your company would raise his spirits, and there just might be a way to help restore his good name. Here, take this, and tell Zed that it's from his loyal friends, that no matter how many turn against him, there are those of us who will always believe. Gentle tiger, you're a real one. This man said, I don't care if this guy's been convicted of murder. I don't care. He's my friend. Can we take a chocobo? Oh, you can't. Bros before murderer hobo. This man said, I'm gonna believe in him until my dying breath. And not a second sooner. The kind of friend everyone wants. That's true. Someone to believe in you without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, let's be real here, though. They sent the Gulka out to the north, celebrated their leaving, their departure, full well knowing the prejudice that they are, right? The prejudice that they had on them, the Humes. The Gulka are getting onslaughted, requests for backup. The Humes hear it, and they look the other way and allow them to be slaughtered. Don't even try to help. So Zed, especially with the tensions between Gulka and Humes already like at an all-time high, goes and he starts murdering the politicians who were behind it. Can you blame him? I mean, can you blame him, really? You know it was all racism. Team murderer. Yeah. Sounds fair to me. I can't. Look. I can't blame him. I guess that's the watchtower back there. But Kara is the one, she knew of his identity. Somehow she found out, so that means she captured him at one point. Oh, right, the diary says that she captured him. So she finds out and she takes him under his wing. The answer is why, though. The question is why. You're here to visit Z? You're here to visit who? Z? Oh, you mean the deserter. We've got the Krebin Oaks shackled up in our darkest cell. He won't be disgracing the Republic anymore. Not on my watch, at least. What's that? Provisions for the prisoner. The lockpick and the sausage? A file, perchance? I'll be taking that off of you, off your hands right now, lady. Now go in and make it quick. That's Carla. Now do you see, Zed? Your friends have shown their true colors. But take heart. Your one true comrade is here. Oh, ellipsis exclamation point. Whoa, what the? That's not normal, lady. I strike for Escobar. Pyron's dark plots have already cost the lives of many brave Bastokers. His villainy cannot be allowed to continue unchecked. I need your blade beside me, Zed. Together we will bring justice to the land once more. Captain. Zed, have you forgotten your vow from that day? Uh-oh. Another step and I cut you down where you stand. I will follow you. I remember as it were yesterday. As I stood on the precipice of despair, it was you who shined upon me a ray of hope and saw me through to see another day. That day I swore my life to you. No matter who you may be, or what you may happen from here, this is a debt I intend to repay. If you would have my sword, it is yours. Where you go, there I shall go. Kane, I have the others. I leave the others in your care. Farewell. She's definitely using some dark magic, though. What? The prisoner has escaped. But that's impossible. Those are solid iron bars. Curses. I must reorganize a search party immediately. You, be gone from here before I have you shackled to the wall in place of the Gulf of Scum. Okay. To be honest, if it was required for politicians to engage in war where required to fight on the front lines, I bet there would be a lot less war. Oh, 100%. If they had to risk their lives on the line like everyone else, like the chess pieces that they play everyone else to be, oh, absolutely. They'd have a lot more... That would instill a lot more compassion and self-preservation, you know? It's easy to turn a blind eye. It's easier to turn the blind eye when you see the people you send out dying and you don't actually see it yourself, you know? Damn, we are tall. We're taller than that guy. Yes, she used some kind of magic to open that door. What's going on here? It's kind of hard to believe what she has to say, though. Oh, shit. I do like the Gobu mount. I like it too. I hope we get Exion too. Oh, the Thunder Pony? That was like, they added this unicorn to Final Fantasy XI. Meet Exion. He's like, how did you know? I actually don't have that amount on my main character. I'm missing like 5 of them on my main character. That one's one of them. I think it was just one login.
What?
Zed has escaped from the metalworks. Or from the watchtower. As much as I believe in his innocence, surely this isn't the way. Why, this will only compound his guilt. There must be something we can do. Is something the matter, friend? Nicholas, 5 moons. You must listen. I can hardly believe it, but... What? Zed has vanished again? I worry for him, friends. Is there nothing to be done to save him from his fate? I'm afraid the time for that is long past. He has and has clearly chosen the traitor's path. Besides, 5 Moon and I must soon make for Escobar. The Allied forces are locked in a bitter, crucial struggle against the Beastmen Confederate. With the ranks of our enemies thinned, the disciplinary regiments have been summoned to the front lines. We can ill afford to be distracted by those two any longer. Though it pains me as well, we must wash our hands of them once and for all. You can't mean this. Akane, surely you don't mean to abandon him too. If anyone can bring him back and make him see sense, or see him reason, it's you. If only we knew where the captain has taken him.
Escobar!
Why didn't you say so sooner, Kane? Do you realize what this means? None other than the president himself leads our army's advance in Escobar. No. Nicholas, does the captain mean to? I'll stake it on my life, Kane. If she finds him, I don't care how many guards he has in his retreat. It won't be enough. Kane, we haven't a moment to lose. We must go to Escobar and inform the final commander of the field commanders of danger. Then we must join up with the Republican Army to do everything in our power to see that no harm befalls the president. We must travel with the company's stink, but we'll follow as soon as we are able. Can we count on you, Akane? Excellent. We may have lost Zed, your staunch allies. The commander's endorsement is required for any soldier to be accepted into the president's routine. I'll ask the disciplinary Captain Herbert to prepare one. With the information you have given us, I'm sure we can convince him of the urgency of our cause. Now, gotta speed you, Kane. We shall meet again in Escobar. Hey, see, at least the president is fighting on the front lines. Oh, so there's not enough supply, so the price goes up. I see. Like he's a traitor. I don't know. We'll have to see. She says the president is in leagues with the Beastmen, so who do we believe here? If you kill everyone, you guarantee to kill the bad guy. Sound thinking. Sound reasoning, if I've ever heard. Damn, they're already fighting. Wait, I just saw the president right there. Good to see you, Akane. Good to see you safe, Akane. The president readies himself for battle within the command post up ahead. Take this recommendation and make your way there immediately. And take care to hold on to it. Gentle Tiger has replacements, but it's a long trek back to the Republic from here. Now hurry, Akane. The president's life depends on it. Oh yeah, that makes sense. This game has its share of that stuff too. We gotta watch out for the thing flying in the sky. Okay. Wonder how this is gonna turn out. Okay. There he is. Who goes there? That mask. The renegade war cloud? What business have you here? Answer me before I... Damn. Ugh. For you what? Now, how I hope I wouldn't see you here, Zed. That voice, you're not. That's Volker.
Volker. Zed, what madness is this? What do you intend to do here? Ellipsis. Answer me. I seek only the truth, nothing more. Wait, Zed, are you truly so blind as to believe that thing is your captain? Open your eyes, Zed. Damn. Fool really means to go through. Akane, your timing wouldn't be better. The president will return from the field before long. With Carla and Zed both about it, we can't be too careful. You make straight for the command post. I'll sweep the area and ensure that they haven't cornered him elsewhere. Okay. What's the good word, guardsman? All clear, Mr. President, sir. Very well. Return to your posts and report back to me the first sign of the enemy intruders. We must stay vigilant. Aye, sir. So we meet again, Mr. President. Halt! Who goes there? Kara. I've come to finish the deed, Prime. And this time, there will be no intrusions. Treacherous Rich. You'll feel our blades. You're dead. Pathetic. Looking to join the others? That can be arranged. Wait, that face. You were. But why ask the name of one about to die? On guard. Wait, did she hesitate but forget who we were? What price loyalty? Huh. Dude, there's something weird going on here. So now we're fighting Kara. Yeah, they're making it seem like she's not who she says he is. Yeah, there she is. Let's go. Bam, she's fast. Alright, she got the mag. Oh yeah. She has Matt crit down. Ow.
Oh, she is 2 hours. The mortal can fight. Time to see what this body can do. So the mortal can fight. I've no more time to play with cowards. Die and be gone from my sight. To the deepest bowels of Excabar. Oh, she's definitely not. She's definitely not who she says she is. Yeah, she just called us the mortal. No, it can't be. Defeated by this mortal worm? Is it... Is she the... Is she the beast, the Kendril we saw in the cutscene long ago? So the puny mortal can put up a fight. No wonder this woman trusted you. And that's talking like she actually had some sense, that's like she was taking over. Mr. President, are you hurt? Captain. One meddling fool after the next. I said no more intrusions. What the? Whoa. Uh-oh. Zeed? What is the meaning of this? You draw your blade against the wrong opponent, Zeed. Ellipsis. Zeed! What vile fiend are you? What are you saying, Zeed? I am your... You are no captain. No friend of mine. Ellipsis exclamation point. Lay down your blades, traitor. Curses. Fooled again. Oh! So close. Halt! You will not escape with your life. She's down below, after her. Your Excellency, are you safe? For the time being, it would seem. This makes twice you've saved my life, soldier. Zeed. So this is what you meant by the truth? Okay. The words she spoke to me that day still burned in my mind. The next time we meet, it will not be me that stands before you. Her voice, the look in her eyes, I have no doubt. That was the Captain Kara I knew. But that thing I crossed swords with just now, that was something else entirely. That wasn't our captain. It was something unholy. Volker, you must speak You must seek out the truth. Find the true Captain Kara, if she even still lives. Now I must return to face my sentence. See, you shall go with them. Mr. President, if you would atone for your hideous deeds, then do so with your actions. Rotting away in the gallows cell will not bring back those that died by your hand. The least you can do is devote the rest of your days to those who still need you. Is that not what Kara, the true Kara, would want one of you? Surely a part of her still remains, and this is why she seeks out so dodging time and time again, even as the shadows consume her soul. Nicholas and Five Moons, too, have languished in the disciplinary ranks long enough. From this moment on, consider the Mithra Musketeers reinstated by the presidential decree. I command you to uncover the truth behind Carla Bester together. Yes, Mr. President. But before we do, we must return to the capital. Exclamation point, question mark? Look at yourself, Volker. This is the second time in a span of days that borne the blunt of Captain's dark wrath. You're in no condition to fight. The Mithra Musketeers march as one, or march not at all. Rest up, friend. We strike forth when your wounds have healed, not before. Z. Your Excellency, sir, bring news from the field. The Kindrel commander has fallen. Our enemy breaks to the north. Excellent. As the Kindrel go, so goes the Confederate. This will stay their advance for now. But this is no time to breathe. Ready, troops. We move camp north before night is through. We show the fiends no quarter. Sir, yes, sir. I think this is my favorite song so far. All that like the sad realization music. It's nice. The sad music's from the second expansion. Is it? That song that just played? I want to feel like it was always in the game, but I guess so. It's the Distance Word song, isn't it? I'd have to look it up. I have the soundtracks, so I could try to find it. Oh, there he is right there. We do not want to aggro that dude. Not at all. Leave him alone. Yep, see ya. That dude will wreck us and then wreck us some more. If you're a blue mage, you want to fight him though, because he has a blue mage spell. Alright, so now we gotta go back to Bastok again. If it isn't Akane, hero of the Republic, why the entire metalworks is abuzz with talk of how you saved the president's life. How did we hear, you say? Why, a dispatch just came in from the front lines. The president leads the Republic Army on the advance deeper north into Escobar. We've got the beastmen on the run, Akane. But it is true that Captain Kara made another attempt on his life? And what of Zed? See, so the fiend that targets our president is not the true Captain Kara, but a demonic imposter? Now that's a tale to chill the blood. But with the Mithril Musketeers back on the job and you at their side, the Republic couldn't be in better hands. We're counting on you, Akane. Well, we got a staff. The 4th staff. Oh, yeah, we got a free warp every 24 hours back to here. Nice. Nice, we got one for Winders and one for Bastok. Alright. Well, we got to... We gotta wait a game day, unfortunately, so... A free warp every 24 hours, you lucky dog. Dude, I collected all 3 staff back in the day so that I could have 3 different warps that go back into the past. Like, that was the intent. Nowadays, it's like nothing. It means absolutely nothing. But back then, dude, having 3 different warps to be able to get back to the past was like so convenient. It was hella convenient. Now, do we got crystals on us? No. What's our tokens at? Oh, we got 4 tokens. Let's go use them. We're going to Alduin. I'm gonna make sure that I have this next mission finished beyond a shadow of a doubt. I'm gonna keep using these tokens until we continue Seekers. I'm trying to finish Final Fantasy 12 before you start it. You got some time. And once we get done with Wings of the Goddess, like, we still have the Sandorian storyline to do. That's gonna take at least 2 days. Say if we finish the Bastok one today and we start the Sandoria one today, I don't think we'll finish it tomorrow. And then So once we got that done, we have Seekers of Alduin, which is where this expansion is. We still have that, and Seekers is pretty lengthy. I'm not sure if it's as long as Wings of the Goddess, but it's pretty lengthy. And then we have Rhapsody of Vanadia. But we've been actually doing a lot of Rhapsody of Vanadia in between the other missions, so that's probably going to go by pretty quick, I think. So you should have and then we got the Vicarious Resurgence after that, so you should have more than enough time. We still have at least like 15, 20 days of this game, to be frank. I know the people that are wanting us to move on to another one are like, 15! Yes. Probably, I'm assuming. The ultimate first world problem story, too much great music to find the one you're looking for. I'm curious as to how long our Final Fantasy 11 playthrough is ultimately going to be. Because I tell you, every stream I go to, every raid I send, if they start talking about Final Fantasy 14, they always make it seem like 14 is going to take like half a year to do. Like whenever I raid Steph, she's like, "What are you going to do about 14?" And I'm like, I don't say anything, but I'm like, I don't know. I don't know anything about the game. Our Vice chat was doing it yesterday too. Like they were doing it yesterday, talking about how like it would take a millennia, and I'm just like, that's not something I can answer. I've done the math. I'm not up to date because I haven't edited the last 6 episodes yet, 7 being today. But we're like, the last time I looked at how long we played, it's been just I think like 10 hours shy of 200 hours so far. So we're well over 200 hours now. Which puts it like getting towards like Persona length with how long it took us to finish with the Persona games. So it's not like I haven't streamed the game this long before. People really overestimate how long the story takes. Well, yeah, because I think when they say that kind of stuff, they're associating it with the way that they play the game. And they probably are thinking about doing all the small little meaningful tasks. Which, I'll be honest, there is a lot for me to do that I have not been doing in this. Like, I mean, yesterday we could have spent 2 hours in Dynamis alone. And I could do that like 4 times. So there's quite a bit of content like so far that I have not been doing. I've been completely neglecting the mod garden too. Or like not even going to the mod garden at all. So I've been trying to streamline it as much as I can think of. Even if you went out of your way to do every quest, it would only take 3 months easy. Yeah, if you like did WoW and skipped the achievements and just the basic story, you skip like 80% of the time sync. Yeah, and you can see that though, like because people like ask me questions like, how are you supposed to finish an MMO, or like how is that possible? And obviously that's coming from a standpoint that they're thinking about the gameplay more than the story, because they're thinking about the fact that it doesn't end. More than like the actual stories in it, which is there's not saying one's wrong or right, but I'm just saying the perspective is not the same. That's all I'm saying. So I can't even. I don't even like want to look it up at all, because it's like to even guesstimate how long it's going to take. I just want to play it and find out what it is, because I don't want to know anything about the game anyway. Alright, well, we took care of those. I got 1 merit to use. That's not enough to do anything. Also, I think it's okay if 14 is just a tour and you don't have to play. You don't have to try to finish an active MMO. No, not at all. No, that's not the goal. Can we spend our merit point on anything? No. I can increase my maximum merit points. That'd be kind of useless though. I gotta hold on to it. I guess with the little time that we have, we can go do either... We could go do another Dynamis. And try to beat another Dynamis boss. Or I could just go take a break since it's 5. And ads are going to play in a couple minutes. I think that's probably a smarter move. Got a lot of high potions to sell. I don't even remember how this expansion goes. So this one right here, Seekers of Alduin, I don't even remember how it goes at all. So when we get around to it, that's going to be... Reliving this one's going to be interesting. Let's go to Juno so we can sell our stuff. Oh, this story's great when you remember it. Yeah, that's true too. I mean, I remember who what the big bad is. I remember that. But the minutia in the middle, I don't remember. I remember the name of the enemy. But, like, the steps between A to B, not so much. Alright, let's sell these. I bet you I can use another one. Yep. And use it 3 more times. Thank you, ma'am. God, I wish you wouldn't ask me about this stupid past every single time. You're one of the most convenient NPCs, and you waste so much time asking about this dumb rock. Okay, let's go to Sandoria. No, I do not remember how this works at all. It's like right here, right? Yeah, the trail marker's literally next to the Alright. Those whose fate is linked to his world will empower the prismatic hourglass to guide you. Oh, it's Frantimate. I've never believed that my indifference to the state of other nations would cause harm to my beloved Sandoria. As part of my penance, I will infuse the prismatic hourglass with what guidance I can. Final Fantasy XI does an interesting way of gating you to cutscenes when WoW went a more phased route. Yeah, usually in 11 it's just like, oh hey, you gotta wait an in-game day. Or, oh, you gotta wait till Japan midnight. Pretty much. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, okay. Yeah, you know if like someone's like standing in one place that they're in a cutscene. Yeah. Oh, okay. What's also an interesting fact too is that this game came out before WoW. Like what was it, like 2 years? 2 or 3 years? So this one was ever the precursor. Like for instance, like since WoW became so successful and so popular, right? It influenced a bunch of other MMOs to follow, but it didn't influence Final Fantasy XI because it didn't exist. So 11 had to take its influence from what? EverQuest? There's not a whole lot to really take influence from. Okay. War Chief Tombstone, I think, is the time extension. It's most interesting that they never changed 11 or WoW clone just to keep, oh, you mean like they never changed it to be more like WoW? No, they didn't. They really stuck tried and true to what they were. I mean, they added things like trust and stuff when the population declined, but no, they didn't overhaul like the game and completely make it into something like unrecognizable. Where, say, like, Halo has tried to Call of Duty-fy itself over the years. to be more relevant. They didn't go down that route. I guess Square's just been happy with the. I guess they just been happy with the way that it is, you know. Tara, yo, thank you for the resub. Thank you for the 19 whole months. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the 19-month resub. I wanted to assume that this was a paladin because it's holding a spear. Stop with the AoE, please. How are we doing today? I'm doing okay. I'm doing all right. Just trying to kill time before we can continue the next story mission. We're gated right now. Yeah, he's doing everything in his power to be able to aggro everything in this damn map. Yeah, when we had to do the base defense mission for Winders, this man, I guess, is programmed to not once use his freaking AoE weapon skill. Like a jackass. That should kill him. Yeah. How are you, Tara? Thank you for asking. Hey, we got a merit. Bruh, he even hit the dude downstairs. Wait, that dude got some unique name. Oh my god. Please. Stop AoEing, dick. Like, stop. Hey, oh, he's a warrior. Okay, bless. Ayame, go. Thank you. There we go. Yeah, we got the NM too. He's a ranger, so we'll save him for last. Bro, what are you doing? No. Come on. Alright. Ranger ninja, maybe? Someone's a ninja. Alright. Good chunk of HP right there. Good. We got... Yeah. Apururu has 9 MP, dude. He has 9 MP. 9 MP left to heal Val. This is not good. This is not good, dude. I think Apururu converted. Well, okay, now he's just got like 300 MP though. What the hell? Or did he just convert? He already converted. Maybe his timer's set. Stop. I'm locked out of something. Alright, so far so good. This is actually a good thing that we got this boss. Oh, her weapon skill is absorbed by shadow. This is a ninja. Oh shit, this is a ninja. Alright, let's lower his defense. We're gonna have to stun him. I say that and I'm about to stun him. No kamikaze for you, dude. No, thank you. Oh, got another ass. For fuck's sake. It's a monk. Villager is a monk. Alright. Go, Ayame, go. Ayame, go. There you go, thank you. Do that. Alright, he's gonna 100 fist. Do this. Lower his defense. No! No! I'm charmed. Oh my god. Really, dude? Ugh. He's a Beastmaster. He's a Ranger Beastmaster. I'm fucked. He's gonna aggro immediately upon me getting out of this. Ah, this is not good. Dude, he's walking back towards people. No. He's just his pet. Pretty much. No, stop it. Stop. No, don't walk over there. Now we got 25 seconds. He's gonna aggro immediately though. That's the problem. I'm dead. He's gonna aggro immediately once I get out of this. I gotta summon Val like ASAP. All right, 10 seconds. Five seconds. Woo! Oh, I live. Yes. He didn't immediately aggro. No way. No way. How did he not immediately aggro? Is it sight? It might be sight. He might not be true sound. We need to kill him though. Because I think you fight the boss, yeah, right there. You fight the boss right there, and he should have an item for us to be able to fight the boss, so we gotta kill him. It is convenient that he got there, though. Please don't fucking please don't do it again. Alright, we're gonna... Oh, this is bad news bears, dude. We need him to... Get away from the auction house, my man. Because those guys up top are gonna aggro. Fuck it. I'll deal with it. Alright, let's go this way. He's a ninja. He's a ninja Beastmaster. What a combination. Yeah, see, there it goes. There it goes. We got 3. Alright. Hopefully he can't AoE charm again though. If he can AoE charm, then he's screwed. He's already used it once. If it plays by the same rules that we have to follow, he shouldn't be able to do it again. He just eagle-eyed shot. Why? I was looking forward to a day of Final Fantasy 16. Oh, is it not arriving or something? Is it like late shipping? Gut it like a fish. Alright, it's just you and it's just us and him now. I could do this. I could do this and have them fight him, and I just stay over here. That way I don't get charmed. I mean, it's cheap, but listen to my gut. Listen to my gut. I was like, well, I'll go and lower his defense. We gotta find another MM. This dude's annoying. Do I get lucky twice? Other taco mode, please. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Get some more ads around. 20 seconds. Five seconds. That dude's looking right at me. Nice. How did he not see me? He was looking right at me. We could try that guy up there. Apparently he's a dragoon, so he'd be a lot easier than a freaking Beastmaster ninja. All right, let's take the time to recover our stuff. Okay. Or maybe he has AoE freaking charm. I don't know what piece of dancer gear drops here. The tiara is fast coat. Oh fuck. We're fine. Yeah, the tiara is Bastoke. The pants are Bendai Glacier. Sorry, I'm rubbing my eye. I'm not really sure about other places. Is that him? Oh, that's him. Alright, let's do no foot rise. That would be a waste. Let's do reverse flourish, presto. Hey, samba. Presto. Alright, let's go. Crit down. Wait, someone else just aggroed. Okay, it sounded like someone else aggroed. Hey, he just spams jump, which is that's a non-issue. Daniel, thanks for the raid. Thank you. Where are you in game? More in the beginning or in the middle or in? We are in Wings of the Goddess, which is the 4th expansion in the game. Okay, they all have AoE charm. That sucks. This is turning out to be a pain in the ass. But yeah, we're on the 4th expansion pack, Wings of the Goddess. Is this the level 70 relic gear drops? Yeah, that's the name of it. Yeah, I got charmed again. I guess the orcs. I guess all notorious monster orcs just have AoE charm. I guess. Can you please stop staring at me? Move. 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 Bruh, he didn't move. No. Yeah. Ow. 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 Later. Ouch. Oh, man. We'll have to get that another time. Ooh, doo, 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 doo. The body is Escobar and Tab. The Windy involve the Duns, or the wrists. Hands are Bendai Glacier and Tab. The shoes are Quaffine and Juno. I hear the shoes are really good. Not initially, but later they become very good. I would judge, since no one said anything, I would imagine, I guess fine for others, Tara? Thank you again for the raid, Daniel. Thank you. Oh, there you are, Akane. Walker's been looking all over for you. Says he's got an urgent matter about Captain Kara to discuss. I'm not privy to the details, but you best head inside straight away. Ah, Kane, you've come. Excellent. I owe you a debt of gratitude for your service the other day. Thanks in no smart part for your to your effort, our forces have gained the upper hand in Escobar. As for the Mithril Musketeers, we've been taking the advantage of this situation to redouble our efforts in pursuit of Captain Carl. Nicholas, if you would. Yes. First, let us review what we've gleaned so far. It is clear beyond a shadow of a doubt that our esteemed Esternwell leader, or whatever it is posing as her, is in league with the Confederate in some capacity. Therefore, it stands to reason that she has encroached herself deep in the stronghold of our foe. Yes, in Castle Zavale. The Allied forces will be mounting a siege effort on the castle, and we'll be moving out to join them. This effort affords us the perfect opportunity to track down the captain. Allow me to be blunt, Akane. Our mission will take us to the very heart of enemy territory, right under the Shadow Lord's twisted nose. There is no guarantee that we will escape with our lives, and yet, we would have no other fight at our side. Will you stand with us? Until the end. Thank you, Akane. Ever the steward ally you are. If we are settled, let us be off. Action, not talk, will win the day. Akane, a moment if you would. I will speak frankly with you. My conscience does not sit well without being forced to work together with Zed. The man we once called comrade has been revealed to be not more than a cold-blooded murderer. Were it not a direct order from the president, I would have excused myself from this mission. Mark my words, as soon as we are finished, I will not so much as look at the man in the eyes again for as long as I live. Nicholas. In any event, standing around here chatting will get us no closer to any answer. We must make for Castle Zavale. See to it your preparations and join us as soon as you're ready. I need not remind you that time is of the essence. The truth will not elude our grasp this time. Okay. Shadow Lord is no problem. No problem. No problem. Aka's current accent reminds me of the bad human from Avatar. I don't know who that is. I've seen Avatar over 100 times, and I couldn't remember a single thing about it. But I didn't watch it of my own volition, though. It was on display when I used to work at Best Buy. I couldn't tell you. I don't know, those movies just didn't pique my interest. We killed them when we were babies, like 5 days ago. True. I don't know, I just have a hard time getting into those. Alright, I'm gonna cheat, sorry. Judge me all you want. Oh, you may not have seen it, but this is the Empyrean White Mage gear right here. So this is the third iteration of White Mage gear. Maybe you haven't seen it. It has a little hood, and they got a little hood. Those pants he's wearing are the best healing pants in the game, but there's nothing even that comes close. I think he's wearing the whole set. Does he have a +3? Oh, he has a +2. Okay. I'm jealous. Yeah, I want this shield so bad. Ugh. Yeah, so they convert 7% of the cure amount back to MP, which is just fantastic. And they got damage taken 12% on them now. It's just so good. So good. Hey, look, it's hot dog. I should probably zone because my HP is 205. They're entertainment enough, but I don't get the big deal some people make about Avatar. Is that a Moogle as a shield? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It's a Moogle shield. There's a lot of joke equipment in this game now. That's one of them. To be fair, a lot worse things they could had on autoplay. True. I mean, they were trying to sell, when I was working there, they were trying to sell TVs because that was back then when like the big TV stuff was going on. Oh yeah, so yeah, here you go. It's two people blend, but this is the Relic White Mage body, see? And then this is the Empyrean. See how they're different? It's a little bit more puffy, but yeah, it's a Moogle, see? And it has 11 on it. Kupo. This is a Geomacer. This is what a Geomacer looks like in Final Fantasy 11. And that club he has right there, that orange thing, that's the Geomacer's rare weapon. Idris. This thing is a must-have for anyone that plays Geo in this game. It reduces the damage taken that your buff takes by 25%. And it's just too good. Well, that's not actually what he's wearing. He has it on lock style. What he's actually wearing is the shield, which is for enhancing magic. But yeah, he just has the Moogle as an ornament. Look, we got a Taru Beastmaster in the relic. Look at that little Beastmaster. Look at him. He got the little beast weapon. And this person's dressed up as a black chocobo. Oh yeah, no, these are clearly a multi-boxer player. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. This is a Taru in the Black Mage Empyrean armor right here. With a little wizard hat that's like his wizard hat that literally makes up 3/4 of his body. He's wearing the monk hand-to-hand weapon. Oh my goodness. We could just actually travel. We could use the. Nah, let's walk on foot. Yeah, let's walk on foot. There we go. Why do I have a feeling hot dogs and hamburgers is a multi-boxer? Because you are spot on the money. Oh, he's not this guy. fuck, Riem. Imps are true sight, so gotta watch out. I always thought the red demons looked sick though. Looks so cool. Oh shit, there he is right there. Yeah. We do not want to get close to that. I don't think we can beat that. I mean, maybe we can. Sorry, I smacked my microphone. I'll scratch my eye. Don't spank cat. I didn't spank cat. Alright, we gotta watch out for that guy right there. He's a true sighter as well. There. These are new enemies for the for this expansion right here. These little flying guys right here. I don't know what they're exactly supposed to be, but this is a brand new enemy for this. So weird. So when he's up in the sky, his attacks are AoE, but when he lands down on the ground, his attacks are well, his attacks are singular, but when he's up in the air, he can do AoE attack. A gargoyle? Oh yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Holy shit, that's a lot of dragons. Jesus. That's a notorious monster. Oh, that's it. I didn't see the name next to him. The sword next to him. Yeah, he looks badass. I guess that would make sense, yeah. Gargoyle. Alright, we got another true sighter right there. He's looking right at us, fuck. We need to... What does the sword mean? You hear the music that's going on right now in the background? That is the... Shit, there's another one right there too. That's a campaign battle. So when they have a sword icon next to them, it means those mobs are part of a campaign battle. They're not like normal mobs, like your normal everyday mob. So there's a battle between the Beastmen and the Ally forces going on right now. We can go take part in it too if we wanted to. We're gonna need it. Yeah. We'll cancel our shit right now. Yeah. Yeah, so it's a campaign battle monster. You see, so they don't have the sword icon. And so, like I was saying, Octurgan introduced besieges, where 3 enemy forces would periodically invade the capital and kidnap people and stuff like that, and you as a server would band together and defend the capital. Well, they took that concept and then they applied it to like a war environment, because we're during the heart of the war. So now enemy forces will fight you in scrimmages in various areas, and they can claim the land if you don't defend it enough. So like all these grayed out ones that have no color means the Beastmen are in control of those territories. And it changes the campaign battle just a little bit. So see, like Sandoria's in charge of all their territories, Bastok's in charge of it, but they ain't got Beta. They don't have Bayadex under control. Laubuli is actually Divoid, so Sandoria has their Beastman stronghold under control, but Bastok doesn't. Where's Wenders? Winders doesn't have theirs under control either. So, and there's battles that can take place in all of them. So if there's like a sword icon through the circle, it means there's a battle going on over there actively. It's old content though, so not too many people do it outside of just the monthly quests that just do it for a currency. Oh, there they are. Hey, wait for me. Ah, there you are, Kane. I was starting to get worried. I was starting to worry about you. What's this? Volker, look over there. Seems we're not the only cloak and dagger outfit in these parts. Perhaps they have some information to share. Grr. I swear, no sooner you kill one of these fiends than one of their buddies slithers and takes its place. If we can ill afford to engage the grunts one by one, incapacitate them quickly and falter not in your advance. Got it. You hear that back there? Boss said with less twaddling your thumbs and more tongue and trying to leg cramping. That's a Roger, man. How about one of these? He's like, ah, shit. Stay your advance, foul. Wait, you're not foes. Who are you and what brings you to these disagreeable envoys? I'm Volker of the Republican Army. These are my companions. If I could ask but a moment of your time, Captain, have you by chance seen a hewn woman in these parts? Tall, auburn hair, imposingly armed when we last saw her? Volker, is it? Allenbergs of the Hydra Corps. I must say, this is an inauspicious time and venue to be conducting a search. I fear I've seen not in these walls the foul creatures in ample colonies of mold, but perhaps my subordinates have encountered our quarry. A warrior less addressed and impressed, you say? Afraid the only one around here who fits that description is yours truly here. I see. My apologies, friend, but it seems you will have to find your clues elsewhere. Now, if you'll excuse us, we must... Wait. Just a stab in the dark, but for a chance that imp might be holding a secret or two? I'd soon skewer it than trust the word off its vile tongue, but in desperate times. Oh. Captain, Allenberg, sir. We've come upon a hidden passage above. Below the stone structures in the northeast chamber. A passage, you say? Is this the entrance we seek, or merely a snare laid by our foe? The game is afoot. We must be off, friend. May your search bear fruit. So something must happen to them, because we later fight them in Dynamis when they're taken over. Well then, now. Very well then. Let us see what the swifty little devils know. Thanks, buddy. Not to be all greedy or nothing, but maybe you could unbind me while you're at it? Why, if it would be my pleasure, my vertically challenged friend. Right after you tell us what we need to know, that is. Oh, so you got yourself a wise guy, eh? Well, I ain't seen no redhead Hume broad. So if you ain't gonna unbind me, why don't you just make like a Trent and leave? I'll warn you but once. Concealing information from us may prove hazardous to your health. Whoa there, Mr. Bandana Man. Flap can't talk about what Flap ain't see, you know? You disappoint me, friend. Here I thought you were a more cooperative sort. Let's not write him off so quickly, Nicholas. I'm sure he just needs the proper encouragement. Eeks, I thought you were supposed to be the good guys. All right, I'll talk, or rather my buddies will. What's this? There are others of your ilk here? Yeah, that's right. Maybe you've seen them around. Like me, but only a bit more pallid and sickly-like. The boss don't let them outside much, you see. Yeah, that's right. Maybe you've seen them around. I swear, I ain't got nothing more for you. I suspect he's telling the truth, for once. It seems we've no choice but to seek out his cronies. Very well. Let's split up and see what we can uncover. The castle's keep is fraught with danger. Should you find the opposition to be more than you can handle, return to the Baileys and regroup. Now wait one lousy second, Mr. I eat bookworms for breakfast. I thought we had a deal. Oh, that's right. Here, I've just the spell for you. Now you done it, Flap. Sold out your buddies. Not even a single lousy beast coin to show for it. A good thing those three have a couple of tricks up their sleeves. They'll be sure to tell those meddlers everything but the truth, that is. Now to go give the boss the dope on our intruders. Maybe he'll even give me a raise. That's strange. I already got my beauty's rest of the day. Wait, he didn't. Why I oughta... He had a sleep spell. Tricky Hume. Alright, we'll cast some trust just in case we get in a fight so we can beat them quickly. Alright, so we gotta find 3 imps. Okay. Oh, we gotta make our way to the keep. Oh, is there a... We're in the Bailey. Yeah. Is there a warp to the keep that we can take? I just did all that for nothing. Yeah, is there a survival book there? There's a home point crystal, but Oh, Bendite Glacier. Oh, this is the only one. Dang. We're gonna have to whip it on foot. All's well. Well, getting there is exactly the same as it is in the present, so as long as they don't bother us, there shouldn't be no problem. We take a right? I think so. No. Can't go through the front door. Oh, I think I was supposed to take a right earlier. Yeah. Yeah. All right, so now we take a left. Okay. I always forget how to do this. You go down? No? No? But you can't march. You can't march through the front gate. Yeah, that's not possible. Maybe I'm the wrong way. Okay. Well, I guess I'll just zone in and see. You just go through the front gate? I guess you just go through the front gate. What? Well, that's different. Ah. You can't go through the front gate here. Right. Alright, we're gonna have to stop in the corner for a sec. Okay. It's just that easy. I forgot. Yeah. I remember it from this path onwards, though. You go here, you take a right, and then you take another right. Take a left, you take a right, take a left. And you go down here. Go this way. I wonder what these do. I don't even know what these do. Go this way. And take a right. Then we'll eventually hit a left. And we'll have to take another left. Yep. Go up the stair. Yeah, this part hasn't changed. Yeah, see, they're doing the same thing. Yeah, they zoned in already. Okay, yeah, there it is. Okay. I wonder what they're doing. I think chat after today, I think I'm gonna go get a burrito. Do you approve? I think it's Burrito Friday. Specifically a burrito too, because lately I've been getting burrito bowls instead. But I don't get queso in it. It seems weird. Oh, they're a dancer as well. I do cheese, not queso. My 150-pound fat ass does both. Skinny bastard. Hey David, hello. Hey Pinhead, hello. Got it. Oh, I still have it. Oh, okay. I never even turned it off. I think they aggro to both. Right? He aggroed me. Yep. I haven't been 150 pounds since freshman year in high school. I've been 150 pounds ever since I was like 13. No queso ban. Oh, she's doing the same mission. Step right up, lady. No, don't tell me. You're looking for a Hume bride. About yay tall, sword on hip. Sure, I know where she's lying low. Afraid that information's classified. Beastmen and Hailspawn only, you see. Hey, the Shadow Lord makes the rules around here, not me. Cause of course, I just might be able to make an exception for one friendly lady who brought me one elixir. Whoa now. What's with the cynical stare? Could it be that you don't trust me? Why, you wound me deeply, like. Just because my buddies to the southeast are two-faced tricksters doesn't mean all imps are. Blah. Fine. Don't believe me. No skin off my wings. Okay. Here, you take it. Hey, look who's back and with the elixir and boo. Decided to trust Rika, did ya? Shrewd decision, my friend. Astute even. That Carla lady is lying low above in the corner of the southwest chamber. Like, I'll tell you more, but the boss, he doesn't let us lackeys get too close. Not even the smart ones like yours truly. Don't blame him though. Word got out that he was using a mortal for his plan. Things might get a little complicated, like. And that's all I'm gonna say on that matter. No hard feelings, but I like my wings attached to my body. Thank you very much. Oh wow, we got the right one. Akane, did you truly get one of those swifty little beans to talk? I bow to your superior interrogation skills. At any rate, you mustn't delay. I'll round up Volker and the others. We rendezvous at the location of which the imp spoke. Be safe, Akane. Oh, wow. Hey, nice. We actually got it right on the first go. Hey, sick. Oh. Oh, no, this is the door we opened. They just leveled up to level 92. I mean, they're higher level than me. $92 warrior, 46 dancer. Go ahead. No, I'm not muted. I would never be. Why are you giving me the sauce? I tell the truth. Says the person that's 4 hours, 15 minutes, and 36 seconds late. Huh? What do you guys say for yourself? Incomprehensible. I opened Vice chat to get cards and so many hype chats. Yeah, she's pretty popular. We got a turtle. Let's at least get on the other side of the door, at least. Turtles usually have high defense, so let's lower it. Alright, nice. Might as well put our EXP ring on too while we're at it. Yeah. I should have it on at all times. Oh, I should get on the other side of the door. Ah! Food! Attack him, please! Oh my god. Allow me to do anything. Jeez. Oh. Oop. Messed it up. Hey, Rain. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you too. Well, I mean, I can get a couple merits while we're out here, you know? I mean, I gotta get through these guys anyway, so. Hey, stop that. Ayane. 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 Thank you. Oh man, thanks for reminding me. I actually, well no, it should probably have downloaded already. I didn't download it. Completely forgot to download it. Yeah, let's not even bother. Oh, don't aggro. No! I'm trying to get through the castle. Man, that Metal Gear Solid stuff yesterday was something else. Ugh. They're consolidating all the stuff. They're bringing back the menus from the 360 version of the game, too. That is sick. This should kill it. Alright, I overestimated how strong I was. I thought that was gonna kill it. Alright, nice. There's like no way I get past these dudes without them seeing me. Might as well. Oh man, she got his teeth. Wait, what? Did she miss? Oh, she missed. I was like, wait, why did he not die? He should have died. Alright. These are not a true sight, are they? I hope not. Hey, we got 23 merits though. That's 8 point. If we get one more, we can upgrade our strength again. Yeah? Think so. Might be to sneak past this guy. See ya. Nerd. Get some glasses, nerd. Oh, shit. Fix your glasses, nerd. Oop. Oop. Alright, we should be on the map that we need to be on. I know the exact spot you're talking about, too. Oh shit, I was rubbing my eye. God damn it. Keep him. That's fine. We were gonna lose our invisible enemy once we go to the teleporter. We need to get to G7. Yeah. Where's that person from before? They're not here. Alright, so where does this put us? Alright, so we need to go this way. Oh. Nice. Excuse me. Oop. Alright, we'll sneak past him. Excuse me, sir. Later. And then just wait in the middle. The worst is when you're like just barely able to travel through here. You wait for like 10 seconds for the teleporter to confirm, and then his ass comes over and hits you. Canceling his teleport. Oh, good times. There we go. Oh god, oh shit, this dude's he's a notorious monster. Oh. Alright. Oh, we're gonna aggro that guy too, I guess. I reloaded achievements by 10 levels. Oh no, dude, your Savage Blade ruined it. We had him. What are you doing? 3,000 gil. Hey, I'll take it. I'm too poor. Try this 3.5 million gil. I need more. It ain't enough. Me? No, don't you dare. Oh, someone just used it. No, it's going away. No. Damn. If we would have been a little faster, we could have snuck in too. Alright, well. That's not too bad. Hey, Faye. Hello. This should be where we want to be. At first. How do we get there without aggroing that guy? There we go. Alright, nice. What server is this? This is Ashura. The RMT server. Akane, did you find the captain? By those sneaky little devils. I told you they've given them a little extra encouragement. Well, well. It seems we have ourselves a musketeer reunion. Uh-oh. Captain! We've come for answers. You'll tell us who or what you are. My, such harsh words for a woman who saved your life. Such foul thing. Silence, foul thing. I do not recall being saved by the likes of you. What have you done with the true Captain Kara? Ever the stubborn one, I see. Shall I show you the wound I suffered saving your ungrateful hide? The wound that still burns to this day? Exclamation point, question mark. But our reunion will have to wait until another day. It would appear the mouse has sprung our trap. Till we meet again. Oh, come on. What does she mean, Zeed? What exactly happened between you and Captain at, Bendai? Ellipsis. As talkative as ever, I see. Still, could that have been the true Captain Corell all along? Impossible. The Corella we knew would never. We must have the truth. We follow her. Follow her? But we've no idea where she's gone. She could be raising a toast with the Shadow Lord in his banquet room for all we know. I think not, friend. Do you recall her parting words? Something about a mouse springing a trap. But what trap? That could mean anything. No, it couldn't be. Yes. That sentry from the Hydra Corps seems all too pleased with his discovery. Behind a stone structure in the northeast chamber, was it? We must make for there right away. Just a moment, Volker. What is it, Nicholas? We've no much time, so make it brief. With your permission, I would stay behind to inspect this chamber. If the muttering of those imps are to be believed, their leader is plotting something in these parts. If Captain Kara is truly in leagues with these demon spawn, we might very well find evidence here. I shall remain as well. It would be unwise to operate alone in such a perilous place. Very well. I'll trust two of you to get to the bottom of this. Zeed Akane with me now. There's a clue here, right under our noses. I can smell it. The question is where? Nicholas, over here. You found something.
Hey.
Exclamation point, question mark. Oh, what's this? Yeah. Oh, that's where we were. Okay. Hey, thanks for following. This is Wings of the Goddess. Yeah, we're doing the quest, the Bastok quest line for Wings of the Goddess. Trying to figure out why Captain Kara is the way she is. So was the Red Soldier, he was sending them into a trap? Thank you, Starry Dance. I guess he was setting them up into a trap. Wait, they're in the Guskin mines? Dun, dun, dun. All clear here. Here as well, Captain. Impossible. There must be something we've overlooked. Tear the walls apart if must. I want... Uh-oh. Like moths drawn to a flame, so too are rats drawn to murk. You. Hey, who goes there? Identify yourself at once. If I were you, I'd be worried less about me and more about your own well-being. Uh-oh. Care to put up a fight? It's been a long time since we've been properly entertained. Uh-oh. Cap! Well, if it isn't the meddling musketeers. Another pack of rodents who couldn't resist the bait. All the better. Vermin are so much easier to dispatch en masse. Ha! Bold words for our traitorous wench. But will you have the same swagger of a blade in your breast? Aw, shit. Hydra fall in. It would appear our fortunes have reversed. Huh. Useless, the lot of them. Ugh. It seems we'll have to settle this. Ugh. Exclamation point, question mark. Captain. What in the goddess's name is happening here? Easy there, boss. Could be another trap. Whoa, what the fuck? Captain, look beneath you. Why, this is... Good goddess. Ah, shit. What's he doing? Hydra, retreat. Retreat at once. Flee, friends. Flee while you still can. Oh my god. Come on, dude. It's no use. Oh, so is this how they become the Hydra Corp? My comrade, save yourself. Okay. This Nicholas or... Wait, it's us. What? What is this place? It would seem that woman carried us to safety, but to what end? She was not fighting alongside our enemy but a mere moment prior. And that Kendra. Clearly we're dealing with forces beyond our comprehension. That was the woman of which you spoke? I see. I know not what errand brings you here, but you would do well to forget her. Leave this wretched place far, far behind. But forgive me, I overstepped my bounds. To follow her into the very heart of darkness. Clearly, this woman means much to you. In any event, you have my gratitude. Please accept this in return for your aid. It has served my Hydras well in battling the Dark Hordes. I trust it shall do the same for you. And now, I must be off in search for my men. Our enemy defenses are at their strongest in these halls. Wandering in them alone is a sure way to get to a quick demise. Your friends must be in the vicinity as well. And the goddess lead you safely to their side. Okay. So that guy was like lurking inside her? Is he like came out of the darkness? Demon killer effect? Huh. Alright. That's like looking like the Shadow Lord. This is the way we go. Of course, he literally. Oh my god, this jackass. He literally puts himself in the way of the exit. Dun, 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 dun. I never got up to the point. I finished up to, well, COP before I have to do them. It's crazy. You should consider going back and basking, and since it's all soloable. Yeah, I noticed 3 days I have 2 level 75. Yep. He amnesia'd us. Yeah, it's a very different style game now. I think we're in the past? Yeah, we're in the past, yeah. Yeah, this is Castle Zavel 20 years ago during the height of the Crystal War. So for instance, the Hydra Corp guy right there, or the Hydra Corp in general, if you did Dynamis, and you got the Dynamis Bendai Glacier, the common enemies in it are the Hydra Corp. So that's why seeing them here in Wings of the Goddess is like, what? Oh, it's like, oh, are we gonna see how you guys become the enemies you are in Dynamis? Because they're all wearing they all wear the relic gear and everything. So. We gotta go backwards now. Go this way. Ah, shit. Oh. I'm gonna get rid of this slow. All night. Dead. Eat darkness. Double skill chain. Well, they have two Dynamics now. They have the old Dynamic and the new Dynamic. Dynamic Divergence is the new one. I couldn't tell you how Dynamic Divergence works. I've only done it a handful of times. I think not. No, sir. You will not get me that way. Sorry. Alright, we gotta go back downstairs now. What is happening to her, though? She's clearly being taken over, though. I don't know anything about Corsair at all. I won't lie. I know like very basic stuff about that job. I'm not too knowledgeable. I play. Can you punch? If you can, then punch job. Oop. That and Puppet Master. Yeah. Chat picked Dancer for, well, yeah, chat picked Dancer for our playthrough, so I'm playing Dancer. But I actually did play this job at some point in the past. I go straight. I think we can just walk past these guys if we do this. Yeah. Next one. I'm playing Final Fantasy 11 on the Steam Deck, so I have no access to macros, or I'd stick to Dragoon. Oh shit! I wasn't paying attention. I'm playing on vanilla version of the game for our playthrough. I'll be honest, I haven't done much in terms of changing my gear at all. At least not yet. I'm not even 99, I'm level 85. And for the longest time I was level 80 because we didn't need to level up at all. So I haven't even dabbled with like macros or anything. And we've been playing for like 200 hours. I think the most I've done is this. Put on specific hands when you do a step, and that's it. I've been pretty good in this regard. Oh shit, he hit us with level 5 Petrify. But I couldn't play Monk that way. Not at all. I know exactly what you mean, though. I could not play Monk that way whatsoever, or Puppet Master. No way could I play Puppet Master that way. Ayame. Ayame. Thank you. Like, I know you have TP. Stop hoarding it. Try not to aggro. This one's kind of hard. Oh. Maybe... No. Not if he does that. Ugh. Damn, gutted him. Later. Okay, we just go to the right. Nice. There's no door, I don't think. Yeah? There is. Excuse me? Can I open this door without him aggro? Yep. Excuse me. Oh, come on, man. You were like looking everywhere I was going. What is this? Dude, it felt like he was reading my input. That's not what he was doing. What a cheat. Ayame. Ayame is a samurai, and in this game, samurais always have TP. Always. It's literally TP the job. Oh, music's doing. Oh, I kinda think the goddess, you're safe. If you can make any sense of what happened back in that chamber, you'd had better head on your shoulders than I. Yeah. Captain lured us into the heart of the enemy stronghold. Only the sudden fall unconscious when we confronted her. Ghastly demon arose from her shadow. Its immense power threatened to overwhelm us. Until the captain regained conscious and came to our aid, turning her blade against the very fiend she seemed in league with a moment prior. What dark forces are at play? Whatever they have done with our Captain Clark. Volker, Kane, you've done well. But it's time you return to Basto. From here, I go and search for the truth alone. What? Have you taken leave of your senses, Zed? The danger is too great. The matter is a personal one. You need to not involve yourself any further. Preposterous. Are you not Mithril Musketeers? Are we not? We vowed that any danger we face, we'd face together. Leave me be, I said. See, there's something you haven't told us, is there? Ellipsis. Whatever burden it is you bear, why not share it? Kana and I have journeyed with you this far. Will you truly forsaken your fellowship now? Are we not comrades? Come on in. You have fought at our side through many battles. Time after time you have come to our aid. Now I ask you, why? What is it that drives you to make the sacrifice you do, with no promise of reward? Why do you fight for us? To help those in need? To discover the truth? To end this accursed war? To discover the truth. I see. You've come this far without faltering in your step. Your dedication to seeking the truth must be strong indeed. There's a strength, a passion in your words. I am reminded of. Very well, I'll share you the events of that day. was some 6 years ago. Sent into the mindless rage by the loss of my comrades in the 13th Brigade, I had transformed into little more than a wanton killing machine. Vengeance. Only through vengeance could the pride of my fallen Gulka brothers be restored. And yet, as Hume after Hume draw their last breath by my hands, somewhere along the way I realized I had lost myself. Gulka pride? Loyalty to my comrades? Those were just but convenient excuses for pure, adulterated bloodlust. I will not lie to you, friends. By the time Darkstill Hurricane knew not what end he wielded his grimsy blade. Having lost everything I once stood for, doubt and panic seized my heart. Where could I go? Who could I turn to? Half in a daze, I wandered aimlessly across these bleak lands. Uh-oh. It was there that I met him. Marquis Anam. I knew it was only a matter of time, Warcloud. Or shall I call you Z? I do so hate standing on formalities with a brother in arms. Not very social today, are we? Or has the beast lived in the wild so long that he no longer speaks to mortal's tongue? You disappoint me, Zeed. Where has your rage gone? Have you soon forgotten your vow of vengeance against the wretched Humes who co-sign your comrades to their doom? Yes, you are disillusioned with yourself. You could never have foreseen the anger and hatred that fueled you would fade so quickly. But it matters little. In the end, you're not but a puppet on this grand stage, one that has already performed his role quite admirably. Oh, wretched child of El Tanta. This world holds nothing more for you. Your path from here is a path of darkness. Swear allegiance to the Shadow Lord, and you will know power beyond your wildest dreams and most terrible nightmares. Leave him be, fiend. A woman. Be gone, peon. This doesn't concern you. I am Captain Kara Besser of the Republic of Bastok's Mithril Musketeers, and I have come to bring this man to justice. You may address me as His Excellency, the Marquis Anna, then you may take your leave. I think not, monster. Marquis Anna, so you're the one who lured the brave soldiers of the 13th to their destruction, deceiving their sole survivor and twisting his heart for your own nefarious ends. You're every bit the coward I expected, Your Excellency. Oh, the mortal sharp of mind and tongue. A worthy foe than we gave her credit for. All more satisfying it will be to crush you. Enough. I've come for my countrymen, not your empty bluster. The Pia, the pleasant woman, would dare give orders to nobility? Perhaps she's not nearly as wise as we give her credit for. I have neither time nor interest to entertain you any further. Stand aside and be silent, as befits your situation. What the? The flames of the underworld. I suggest you keep a wide berth if you care to prolong your worthless life. Return to your senses, Zeed. You can't join this monster. This woman cares nothing for you. She seeks only to see loose ends tied, a noose tied around your neck. Pay her no heed to her deceitful words. Listen to me. It isn't too late to redeem yourself. You need not torture yourself any longer. The hume speaks and lies, palpitates, as do all her kind. Place your trust in her and she will repay you with betrayal and a heartbeat. You know this all too well, do you? Don't you, Zeed? Come with me to a world where power and only power rules. It is clear where you belong. Open your eyes, Zeed. Remember who you once were. Remember who you believed in. Don't be deceived. The man you once were is lost forever. You are a brutal killer and nothing more. Nobody cares for you. Nobody believes in you. And so it will be for the rest of your miserable life. He lies. And I shall prove it to you. Uh-oh. So quick to throw your life away, woman. Trust me. Trust yourself. Take my hand. Take my hand, Zeed. Fools. You'll not escape so easily. Curses. So that's how it happened. Ugh. So this has been in the making for like 6 years. Thank you. I'm fine. I thought we were finished for certain. You have my gratitude. Now, Zeed, I return to the Republic, and you shall come with me. I hereby place you under my personal protection. Ellipsis question mark. The crimes you've committed are hideous. Were I to arrest you here, you would see the headsman blocked before the week is through. But I have no intention of granting you the sweet release of death. No, Zeed, you will live. You will face your countrymen, your former comrades, and think long and hard about the irreparable wounds you inflicted upon them and upon yourself. Whether you find solace or despair at the end of your journey, that depends on you alone. That is my justice. Ellipsis. So, this is the bond that you and the captain share. Light is shed on the identity of the Netherworld's friend as well. Marquis Hannah, 6 years ago. He sought to lure Z to the path of shadow. What foulness could he be plotting this time? That gem. The captain was caught in its unholy radiance. Could this be how she fell under the monster's spell? In any event, won't be finding any answers here. Tamakane, Zed, we must return to that chamber. Whatever secrets are to be held, they await us there. Wait, so I gotta go back to where I just came from? Alright. Sure. Did I say hello one day? I don't remember either which way. Hello. Although I AFK a lot, like a lot. So if I've ever missed something like that was said to me, I promise I'm not being arrogant. I'm just AFK. To have the galls to admit that you AFK. The nerve of some people nowadays. My goodness. I can't believe this. Well, now we gotta go back and do that. Well, how many merits do I have? I got 26 out of 30. Huh. I can't afford to gain too much because I don't want it to like tumble over. So let's try to be more careful. Ah, fuck. I say that and here we are. Yeah, I was thinking that maybe I should probably do something for the breaks. I mean, I'm so hardwired to just go through it, but maybe I should be a little bit more considerate. It's on my list of things to look into off stream. In all my spare time, yeah. Oh no, you want to know? I've had a subscription to a place, and it's been 3 months, and I haven't even I've let it occur 3 months, and I haven't taken time to use it yet. And I was thinking about the other, I was like, God damn it, when am I gonna get around to this too? Jeez. I spent time yesterday, I think I made like, instead of going to sleep right away yesterday, I took the time to make, I think it was like 25 thumbnails for the VOD series for this over on YouTube. As long as he doesn't see us, I think he's good, but I think he aggroes this. Yeah, we should be good. Should be able to make it in. Come on. No! Damn it. They both saw me. Oh no, they saw someone else. They didn't see me. Did they? No, they saw me. They cast this. Some sort of fish and egg melt. No. It's a learning, it's a learning service. I was wanting to take more time to learn more in depth about taxes, but obviously to me that's boring. So I still want to learn it, so I haven't taken the time to do it because it is boring. So it's not on the height of my priority list. But I need to do it so I can cancel it, so I can stop having to relapse. Hey JD, hello. You know, exciting stuff. I was gonna say, there's no way I get around this. With all that streamer disposable income, you'll never miss that money. Oh yeah. Yeah. Hey, it's like $21. Okay, it's fine. Oh yeah, has my inventory been full this entire time? That XQC deal exposes all you streamers who know you're living the highlight. Yep. You know, the sad part is there's people out there that actually think that. That's the sad part. Whoever thought to offer XQC 100 million was the highest. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and debate whether he's worth 100 million. I don't know. I don't know how analytics work are calculated on a website. But is $100 million that much money to the people that offered it to him? No, it's not. Go look at the revenue that they make off their business. It's nothing. So they don't care. Like, they don't care. He loses nothing by it. Other streamers gain, like streamers as a whole, just gain more negative press. And the rich get richer. And that's like the only takeaway from it. In my opinion. have nothing against them. I just don't find them entertaining, really. Yeah, I mean, that's fair to say, you know. That's fair to say. I don't either. No. It's all fine. I don't know the specifics as I haven't looked into it at all. But I did like read that he's guaranteed to get 70 million of it, like guaranteed. I don't know what the caveats would be for him not to get the full amount, but I mean, I don't really care to look into why a wealthy person's already losing 30 million. It's not really on the top of my priority list. Not another step, fiends. Exclamation point, question mark. Volker? Nicholas, 5 moons. What happened here? Are you all right? They came on us too quickly. We weren't ready for them. An ambush. Yes. Searching the wall, we found a concealed passage. We thought only to see where it led. But we knew it. But before we knew it, we were fighting for our lives. It was all we could do to fend them off and make it back here. And I can only hope that the 3 of you fared better. As a matter of fact. A demon, you say? It emerged from the captain's shadow? Yes. Combined with the knowledge we've gleaned from Zed, it's clear enough. Captain Carrel has been possessed. You believe so as well, Nicholas? Taking everything into consideration is only the logical conclusion. Possessed by a demon? How horrific. By this means that the only way to save her is to... Ellipsis. Oh, what is this? Ellipsis explanation. Why? We meet again, old friend. So it was you all along. Pathetic as ever, I see. Worthless as your mortal life away. Maybe. To think you would risk it for a mere woman, for a human. What have you done? Oh, your voice trembles with rage. Excellent. Perhaps all is not lost for you yet. The woman shall be freed. She has long since outlived her usefulness to us. In return, I ask for one thing. Join me, Zed. Exclamation point. Question mark. Why do you waver? Open your eyes, Zed. This is no place for you. These feeble mortals will never accept one possessed of your potential. Join the armies of darkness, and you will be hailed as a hero. Unfathomable power will be yours. Power beyond even that of the Shadow Lord himself. Great power greater than the Shadow. that's your scheme. Hear me, fiend. Zeed's no longer the brutal killer you knew. All changed that day. Captain Carell reached out and took his hand. Zeed before us is an honorable man. One who struggled long and hard to redeem himself. He'd suit Diner than join the likes of you. Such confident words. How soon you forget that I hold the life of his savior in my hands. Now, if you'll excuse me, I believe Zeed and I were having a private conversation. Ellipsis exclamation point. Uh-oh. Blast, not again. Enough. I'll join you. Zeed, no. A wise decision, old friend. And come. There's someone who has long waited to make your acquaintance. Zeed! Curse it all! Quickly, we must find him. Volker, wait. We choose to chase him to the Shadow Lord's room. We could chase him to the Shadow Lord's throne room, but what good would that do us? You haven't noticed our current position is hardly an advantageous one. No, before we go hunting for Zeed, we need a plan. A surefire way to secure the upper hand. But how? Why? This jewel, of course. It is the jewel that is the source of his power, that which allows him to pull the strings of mortal souls as they were mere puppets. That must be clear for Zeed's tale. We destroy the jewel, and his threat to take Captain Carla's life are rendered hollow. Zeed will have no reason to obey him. I don't understand, Nicholas. Did the captain not destroy the jewel 6 years ago? Alright, so I believe as far 5 moons. Clearly it still exists. Somewhere in some form. That Captain Carla remains in the demon's thrall is proof enough of this. Very well. We find the demon, destroy this cursed gem once and for all. Where to search? The fiends say that he has taken Zeed to me. No, it couldn't be. Yes, I fear. The destination is most clear. The throne room of the Shadow Lord himself. That's the Hydroport. So we meet again, friends. Pray tell me that I just misheard your destination. It's good to see you're safe, Captain Oliverberg. I fear you heard correct. I see. Well, 'tis hardly my place to bear you away. Something else will, though. An impassable door. We too attempt to enter a short while ago, but to no avail. Intel told us that we might find the key off one of the Gargielli sentries. We ain't seen one of those creepy critters anywhere. But my scout reports have been in error. I wouldn't be so quick to discount the word of your men, Captain. 5 Moons and I discovered a passage connecting this chamber to the throne room. Perhaps our furtive, gargly friend lurking somewhere within. Passage leading to the throne room, you say? Indeed. We explored it a bit ourselves before we were driven out by some demons. Didn't appreciate us getting too close to their nest. At any rate, the issue at hand is thus. How to lure the Garguli out without attracting the attention of his masters. Perhaps there is a way. Intelligence has it that the Garguli are under the Shadow Lord command often serve in supervisory capacity over lesser fiends. If we were to dispatch the imps in the vicinity and cause a bit of stir, like as not our quarry would emerge to investigate the disturbance, Min and I would be honored to assist you. Thank you, Captain. Your support is most welcome. Well, very well, Kane, Musketeers. You heard Captain Allenberg. Let's make short work of those fluttery fiends. So I went to Kick for the first time ever in the top 3 featured streamers are girls in bikini. See, Kick, like, the thing about that website is that it's not set up to thrive. It's based upon a crypto casino. And once that goes down, if, like, hypothetical, if that goes down, so does Kick. Like, to be able to afford to pay your creators $95.5, that 5% is probably not even enough that they're receiving. It's probably not even enough to pay for the processing fee that they have to do to process the sub in the first place. So, like, theoretically, Kick is making, like, next to no money off the actual broadcasters on the website itself. Which, then it's like, okay, so then how are they making money to maintain their website? Well, you can't advertise on their website because advertisers don't want to be associated with that place because it's the Wild West. And they aren't. They aren't. Kick has an impossible time getting advertisers on their website. So they can't get advertiser dollars. They make next to nothing off subscriptions. So the actual well-being of their website is actually not backed by the broadcasters at all. Which means that regardless of how the broadcasters are doing, it could go away in a moment's time. They could be doing extremely well. But since Kick makes nothing off of it, it could just be gone, say if they have a couple bad decisions with their gambling. And that's just like, that's not good. And right now, like, it's the same as YouTube in a way. Like right now it looks great. Because it's at like its infancy, like how Twitch was all those years ago. You know, like when Twitch started up and stuff. But the more established, it's already changed, I should say. Like when it first came out, it was indeed the Wild West. But then they've gotten hampered down by Apple and all this stuff, and they've had to change their rules and stuff like that. Like for instance, they were allowing pornography on their website when that first came out. But then they got in trouble with that, and now you can't do that. And all that stuff. So like the Wild West appeal that it has is day by day getting stamped out. And eventually it's only 1 or 2 bad gambling decisions away from shutting down. That's not really good, you know? Say if you're like a creator for longevity, that's not really good. I said before that Twitch I have said before that on Twitch, every now and then there's something like that recommended to me on my homepage. Yeah, and I want to think that's why they've started doing the stuff they've recently been doing, where now you have to flag the content of your stream now. So, like, if it's, say, like, sexual in nature, you have to flag it. I don't know how they're gonna moderate it, but because they use not being able to moderate their website as an excuse to get them out of lawsuits. But now those kind of streams have to label themselves as sexual in nature, or else they face whatever punishment is supposed to come, whether it comes or not. You know? But it's not even just that, it's like ultra violence too and stuff like that. They got labels for that. Drugs and all that stuff now. Oh, there he is. But the way kick is like established, it's not set up for success. I'm only half kidding, but I wonder how much of kick is just money laundering. I imagine, like, in the end, Twitch doesn't really care, because Kick uses AWS, which is the software that Amazon acquired from buying Twitch. So, in the end, the infrastructure that they pay for comes back to them anyway. So I don't really think Amazon cares. I would think. Unless you start talking like long game strategies of success, like business success. I don't know. Probably just taking advantage of gambling. The times that I've gone to that website, the #1 streams have always been like slots. Which is something that like people have complained about it being on Twitch in the first place. Yeah, Kick takes all the risk and Amazon just gets cut. Yeah, pretty much. So it's not like YouTube. Say like you use YouTube as a competitor. It's not the same because then that's backed by Google. Well, in the end, like all money goes back to Twitch or back to Amazon. So. It's not like Mixer, where Mixer was backed by Microsoft after they bought it. This dude sucks, because his stun lasts 30 seconds long. And part of the wondering is the guys in the game currency just given to him by Kick, and it's not all real money. I was watching some YouTube commentary about one of the big original Twitch folks that now just plays slots on Kick. Oh, I have, if he's on a high percentage drop speaker server and can't even cash out. Yeah, see, I mean, like, it's funny because Like people don't like it because people don't like it on Twitch because the main discourse of it is that people don't like it on Twitch because you can make a Twitch account. I think you have to be like 13 to make a Twitch account or something, I think. I don't remember exactly. But in most countries around the world, gambling is illegal. Well, gambling is illegal in general, but like in Japan it's illegal. But it's especially illegal for like kids. Yeah, it allows kids to get access to gambling, which is the discourse behind loot boxes in video games too. He was a lot harder than I thought he was going to be. All clear on your side, Akane? Excellent. And the key? It would seem that the operation was a resounding success. You have our thanks, Captain. Could not have done it without your support. Think nothing of it. Time is of the essence, so you had best be on your way, no? So we shall. Farewell, friend. Go safely. Got the key. But it just reminds me of the CSGO Lotto stuff that happened back in the day. It just reminds me of that stuff where those guys were owners of the program that they were using and they were rigging their streams, encouraging people to gamble by presenting the chance that you could win big like they could when it was all just a show. It was all an act. It reminds me of that. I can't remember exactly the finer details of it, but I think they were like scamming people out of their money too. But it's been so long that I don't even remember. There was their website and they faked the on-stream pools. Yeah. Wait, where did I get this too? Oh, I must have got it in Dynamis. I was like, where did I get this from? Oh, there's the Shadow Lord. There's Kara. My lord, I have brought the mortal. Unbound rage and thirst for power runs deep in this one's veins. He will serve you most well, I assure you. Very well. Is it power you seek? Then power shall be yours. I grant it to you by my own hand. Oh shit. Whoa. Unhand him. So this is the Archfiend who commands the legions of shadows against us. You will kneel in the presence of royalty's shivering worms. My lord, these mortals are maggots squirming beneath the rubble. They are too wretched, too insignificant to even occupy the same space as your majesty. Leave them to me. And they are your guests after all. The audience chamber is yours. You will extend to them our warmest hospitality, or else. Ellipsis exclamation point. Pitiful creatures. I'll take my leave of you. There's no end to them. 5 Moons and I will hold the enemy here. You must find the jewel. It's good as done, right, Akane? Well, well. Come to destroy my lovely Thrallstone, have we? You are persistent, I'll give you that much. But riddle me this. How does one go about destroying that which one cannot find? We'll find it, even if we have to tear every limb from your twisted body. Confident words from a maggot. But first, allow me to demonstrate. Zed, kill him. Zed? Do you think you can hear you worms? Do you think he remembers your insignificant existence? He belongs to the Shadow Lord now. Fight, maggots. As comrades spill the blood of comrades, so will Shadow devour the realm. Aw, damn, he was faking it. Gah! What is the meaning of this? Your soul was ours. I was yours once, but never again. When my captain found me, I'd vow I'd never lose myself again. Curse you mortals! You'll pay for your lack of vision. Watch out! Oh no! Damn! Volker! Just pushed him aside like he was trash. Bonds of Mithril. Bonds of Mithril. You failed me for the last time, Zed. Your meaningless struggle for redemption and your life ends here. A fitting fit for you maggots. You shall die by the blade you once served. Oh my god. Whoa. I'm stoned. I can't do anything. Run. Come on, Ayame. Whoa! Damn, they did a lot of damage. God damn it, not again! Whoa. Holy crap, that did a lot of damage. Damn it, I missed. Damn, I haven't missed that in so long. Ah, shit. Not again. Oh, no. That's not good. Stunned for 24 seconds. No, Pururu. Pururu's dead. Oh my god. Not dead. 8 seconds. Come on. Come on. Nice. Damn, I didn't have enough time. What the? Whoa. Uh-oh. So it ends, worm. Ugh. That woman. What is she? You shivering, cowering maggot. Oh, now he's red. Let's go. Oh my god, he's so tall. Come on, Yame. There you go. No! Alright, well that works. We can do... No, I don't think I can do Shark Bite after this, can I? No! Oh my god, it's... Oh my god, it's fucked up. Ow. Oh god, he has Doom. He doomed us. We gotta kill him in 20 seconds or else we're dead. 15. Oh, he got it off. That wasn't so lucky. Val died.
Hear me well, maggots. You will pay for your insolence. Oh yes, you will pay. Volker, are you all right? Aye. Just a bruise is all. And the captain? She's freed from the fiend's spell. We've done it. To think that Alma on Throwstone was inside her all along. Z did well to destroy it. It was a miracle, I say. So you finally found your answers. You saw it, Zed. Captain, can you hear me? Captain. Zed. Captain. Even in my darkest hour, I knew you'd find me. Thank the goddess you're safe. Captain. Thank you, friends. I owe you everything. You need the rest, Captain. Let's make for the Republic. You a truly forsaken power unfathomable for the company of mortals. Uh-oh. Ellipsis exclamation point. Then you are a fool, no better than they. I do not suffer the company of fools. Be gone from my sight. But know this, mortals. Where there is light, so always will be shadow. For so long as hatred and rage festers in the hearts of Altana's children, here will my power grow. Until we meet again, wretched creatures. Whew. Pre-recorded? Dude, she was harder than when he was in the red form. She was harder than he was. That AoE petrify she was doing that was like 40 seconds long. Holy hell, dude. That crap was rough. Like rough. I gotta go spend my merit points. We have so many merits. It's funny how that happens sometimes. Dude, the status was actually harder than the fight.
Like, the fact that we couldn't do anything for 45 seconds put so much pressure on the healer to not get killed. And then eventually Pururu died because you just draw too much hate while we were stoned. Couldn't do anything. Alright, we're just gonna spin our merits first. We got 27 of 30. Should get rid of them while we can. The final phase being the easiest. Yeah, he had far less health than she did. Her health was way more tanky than his was. Alright, I won't lie, 3 points of no foot rise is pretty nice. And it's pretty good. We can put 9 points into strength to have 1 more strength, which is helpful. Yeah, that would put us down to what? 18 merits, so we'd be able to spend 3. Critical hit rate costs us 4. That's 9, actually. Let's do that. Yeah. Alright, so that maxes out that. We have we naturally have a 5% chance to do crits more now. Nice. Everything else is just kind of redundant. Spell interruption rate. Yeah, it's worthless for us. Decreases your immunity by 1 point. Increases your immunity by 1 point. Enemy critical hit rate is decreased. Okay. We got 3 points to spend. I guess no, that's 6 points. Can increase our VIT by 1. We can increase our HP by a whopping 10. And that's gonna do much. But it would get rid of the merit point. You know, I'll increase my charisma by 1. Yeah. Because dancer, charisma is used in the waltzes. Yeah. Is there anything else we could have did? Maybe evasion. Alright. Having 2% more crit rate. Hey. Yeah, that's good. I'll take it.
Well, if it isn't Akane making her triumphant return. I've already heard how you managed to save Captain Kara from the foul clutches of the darkness. Spectacularly done, Akane. Zed and the others, why, they're with the president as you should be. He returns from the field, especially for this occasion.
That's 1 more crit every 50 attacks. Feels good, man. If you increase your dex though, it also increases your critical hit rate in this game. And your accuracy. So it's not bad either. They compound. My friends, I'm pleased to see you safe returned. Never would I suspected that Captain Carlo was possessed by one of those foul creatures. Yet, reflecting back on the past months, it explains much. In my ignorance, I thought it was merely the trivials tribals of war that weighed on her mind. To think that she was waging an even fierce battle all this time. A battle for her very soul. The knowledge that she may lose herself completely. That at any moment she might turn her blade against her beloved comrades. It must have been harrowing indeed. This I know. Kara's fortitude indeed is fortunate indeed to have friends such as you. Were it not for your efforts, there is little doubt we would have lost her long ago. On behalf of the entire Republic, you have my gratitude. And yet, our battle is far from over. The latest reports just came in from the front lines. Thanks to the efforts with the Allied Infiltration Unit, we finally secured a direct line of attack against the enemy's stronghold. The Allied forces will move against the castles of Vale with the full, blunt brute of its strength. I will personally lead the Republican Army in the support of this offensive. I would have you march with me under normal circumstances. You'd have earned yourself a rest for your efforts. But I'm afraid this is a luxury we cannot afford. Mr. President, does this mean? By President decree, the Mithril Musketeers are hereby reinstated in full. Seed, until such time as Captain Kara is fit to return to duty, I would have you serve as acting captain in her stead. Clearly, the bonds you share are strong, nigh stronger than the metal from which you take your name. Let those bonds of friendship be your strength, and even the darkest shadow will prove no match for you. Yes, sir. And you, Akane. You hail from a distant realm. This I know. Despite this, you have made one sacrifice after the next in our Republic's name. It would be no exaggeration to say that without your unflagging efforts, Bastok would not be standing as strong as it does today. As of thanks, and a token of my gratitude, I give you this. Furthermore, from this day forward, you shall be a full-fledged member of the Mithril Musketeers. The Republic would have your strength for as long as it stands. 3 cheers for Mithril Musketeer Akane. They tell me our guardsman, Gentle Tiger, has dubbed you the 6th Musketeer. I will do him one better. I will hereby bestow upon you the designation of Mithril Musketeer 0. A wayward from a far-off land you are, and yet serve our nation as loyal as any true Bastoker ever has. Never lose sight of your origins, for it is your unique background that allows you to serve us as no one other can. Once a Mithril Musketeer, forever a Mithril Musketeer. The Republic is stronger for your presence, Akane. Promise us that it will always be so. Simply incredible. Why, the 0 designation in an hour that has been granted to only those most illustrious musketeers in the history of our unit. I must confess to feeling a bit jealous, Akane, but just you wait. I'll fully expect to distinguish myself in the non-too-distant future. Akane, it has been and always will be an honor to fight by your side. That big-ass gulk on this little-ass Mithra. And she's just like, nod. Oh, that's hilarious. There's still one thing though. Are they gonna talk about it? Oh?
For Altana.
And so it was that the Mithril Musketeers set off for Bendai once more. Oh. A long and grueling battle ahead. This new, but yet not one faltered step. Oh, we got the Octargan General. Bite! Even engulfed in the darkest shadows and steadfast of heart, there will always be a way of light to be found. Stay true to yourself and to your friends, and there is no battle that cannot be won. No shadow can be quenched. I didn't even get to read the last part. Oh, it's Cars. That's the current president in modern day. And that's his son. Let us fight this battle together, my friends. With you at our side, and the bonds of friendship together with the Mithril of strength, there is no storm our republic cannot weather. Together, let us forge our futures. The future is bright as the brightest dawn. They need to let that text linger for like 2 seconds longer. Hey, all right, that's the best hook story. Hey. All right. Not bad. That one was good. That one was really good. I think so. With the whole, like, what the hell's going on? Like, so that plan of his was in bloom for 6 years. She had that shard in her for 6 long years. And that dude was festering that plan of sabotaging the Republic from the inside for that long. Damn. That talk about patience. Jeez. But I guess 6 years is nothing when you're immortal, right? Although I have many questions though. We know modern day Zed leaves the Mithril Musketeers. We don't see, I don't think we see anything happening for Kara, right? We don't learn what happens to her. The president changes, but I guess that's just how it goes. I guess he just loses the election against Kars, I guess. And I'm surprised that Ulrich isn't in this story whatsoever. Volker's racist uncle, who literally, like, kills Rylgrim and causes him to become the Shadow Lord. There's not a mention of, like, Aldrich was brought up, like, once. And that's it. I was surprised that he wasn't, like, we didn't even see him. I guess they just didn't want to go further that angle, huh? What's the ring? I think we're not going to use this ring, too. Yeah, attack +8 and enhances drain and Aspire. Yeah, that doesn't really help us much. Not really. No. Sandoria is the best. Sandoria equals Sandy, Windy, Bastoke, Basti. Yeah, the Dark Knight ring, yeah. Do they even use this? Like nowadays? You're all anyway, you're all mithril. I'm just like, what at the president? Oh, you tried to kill me? Oh, you're super assassin, you're all mithril. Right! Like he's aware, well, he already pardoned Zed for his murders. And then old dude incited a uprising. He already got pardoned too. The other Golka got pardoned. Volker literally didn't do anything wrong. And then we don't learn about what happened with Nicholas either. Unless we see Nicholas in modern day and he's like a different character model. He was like no proof logically. And people come up with the wild stories and he's like, hey. Well, I don't know. Well, no, because he was at the blunt end of it, though. When he saw it, when Zed came to save him 2 times. He was at the blood end of her wrath. Did the president see her pass out? No, she ran away. She ran away, so he never got to see her when she... Like, when the demon left her and stuff. But... Dude, that turn yesterday, though. That turn, when she said, you're gonna bathe in my blood, President, I was like, God damn. I think that was probably the best story moment they've had thus far. I was like, oh shit, didn't see that coming. She was here to assassinate that dude. Damn. Well, that was good. We got the Winder story done, and now we got the Basthoke story done. Now all we gotta do Sandy's. All that's left is Sandy's. Where do we start the Sandy? Obviously we go to Sandoria, but... I don't know where we go to actually start. I think the first thing we should do is probably clean up our inventory, yeah. Chat, we got 1 nation left to go in the past. 1 more nation. 1 more. Sandoria. Do all that. And then once we get Sandoria, we'll be able to conclude, or not conclude, but, you know, play the main story until it concludes. And then we'll be on the Seekers of Aldemar. Surpassing 1 day in Final Fantasy XII in no time. I can tell you this. Final Fantasy XI is way more active than Rift. I don't even know what Rift is. I've seen you talk about it. I don't even know what that is. Let's just go sell all this stuff. Get it off our person. Then we can have a nice freeing, nice fresh inventory, I guess. That didn't make it out of the gate. It was a WoW killer that didn't make it out of the gate. Oh, so it like launched, but it didn't get any momentum. It was really highly anticipated? When did it come out? I have never heard of this. Lumi will give you the brief, the real deets, but it was really solid for like 2 years. But Comcast wanted immediate returns and went full pay, free to play money grubber mode. Uh-huh. Huh. I don't have any experience with free-to-play in MMOs. Not really. I don't really even know what to say. I don't want to be immediately against it, but it's just something I ain't used to. What I do know is you shouldn't be expecting immediate returns off of MMO. What I do know, you can't expect that, especially like it just reminds me of like it's like anomalies. Like people don't like it. They don't like it. Like, I mean, look at streaming. XQC pulls in like 70,000 people per stream. Is he representative of everybody on this platform? In terms of like, oh, that's how all broadcasters do. Hell no. Hell no. He's an anomaly. There is very few people that are standing shoulder to shoulder with his success. Most of the people who do find success that have more peers that are in the similar realm are at a much smaller scale. And it's like that for games too. Like, you're gonna have Fortnite that makes an assload amounts of money that almost seems endless. But how many people try to adopt the free-to-play model that Fortnite does and crash and burn and fail? Dozens. More than dozens. Because it's not... You're trying to be that anomaly. You're trying to, but not everyone can be. That's the thing. Not everyone can be. Hey, Marcooley, hello. Good to see you. Like trying to if your goal is like to try to beat WoW, you've kind of already failed. I won't lie though. If we think about Amazon games, when we were watching the Summer Games Fest and they were advertising those games, and like immediately once I saw the Amazon Games logo come up, I immediately got disinterested. Because look at the 3 recent games that Amazon has tried to do. It was Lost Ark. I don't even remember the game that came out before that you guys probably remember. And then now another MMO. It's all 3 MMOs. Was it like New World or something? It's all 3 MMOs, and it seems like what they're doing is, instead of like trying to create quality games, like craft actual quality games, it seems like what they're doing instead is they're picking the genre that has the highest ceiling cap of potential money making instead, which it's not appealing, right? Especially when you look at it from the outside, it's like, well, okay, obviously you're just making this genre because you just want to make as much money as possible. That's gonna stifle the creativity of the entire process. Like, no company's out to make games for charity. And it's not what I'm saying. It's just when you're so blatant that your goal is to just make money, that you just constantly make this one genre over and over again, when you have this endless potential to make other stuff, your games are not going to do as well because your goals Your goal isn't hey, let's make a good game that will make money. It's more like, hey, let's make a game that's gonna make us a lot of money. It's gonna stifle your process of that game being made. And it shows. Like, it shows in their results. It's really hard to compete with World of Warcraft. It's really hard to, like, compete with them. It's not impossible, but it's one of those things. It's just like, good luck, dude. You got a tall mountain to climb. And you're like, the best chance of you succeeding, honestly, doesn't even come from you putting out a good product. It comes more so from the fact that the thing you're trying to beat has to implode. That's really what it is, really. It has nothing to do with really, I mean, you have to put out a good game, don't get me wrong, but you can put out all the good games you want, but you're also going to need for the thing that's at the top to start doing shit that people don't like, which is what Twitch is doing. That's why Twitch is losing its footing in the streaming space. Like, for the longest time, they were the top dogs, but they started implementing stuff that people hate, and now it's garnering these other streaming services are starting to garner more and more attention. So if they wanted to beat WoW, they would need WoW to have to start doing some bad stuff. They can't just succeed off of just making a good game alone. As unfortunate as it is, they're so big that your chances of replicating that success lie upon luck. This is the Watchdog Alley. Have you come to view the Orc prisoner? He's right over there. Royal Knights caught the fiend and threw him in a cage as a warning to his foul brethren. Why are they zooming in on his face like that? This orc appears to speak our language surprisingly well. You may approach him if you wish. Lass, someone's coming. Wait, we're not done here, Daverly. Hello, kind stranger. Listen to my tale, if it pleases you. I understand that I may be loth to believe one in my situation, but I am, in fact, an elven in disguise of House Arakite. This unholy form is the result of a witch's curse. Behold this signet ring. It bears the coat of arms of the House Arakite, and it's still all that I remain of my identity. Okay. The symbol of the unicorn adores the ring. The temple knights here before you was the merciless Sir Davily. He chooses to believe my tale. He also chooses to leave me with the ring of keys, including the one to this cage. Without a thought of for his own position, Sir Devily has graciously allowed me one last look at the faces of my beloved family. I could not let fear make a mockery of his generosity. Yet, when I stretched out the hand to work the lock of the outside the cage, I was stymied? Stymied? These cursed orc arms are so thick as table hams. I couldn't fit my limbs through the bars. Ugh. I promise not to flee. Will you open the cage in my stead? All right. Is he lying? Thank you. I shall return the keys myself. Cannot have the guards believing you aid my escape. Now I must away before the alarm is raised. Okay. Blessed child of El Tanta, if only I could meet you as my true self. Okay. Have a nice conversation with our orc guest. Where did he learn to speak so elegantly, I wonder? Why would he have the key? Because the guy, the elven that approached the gate before him with the mask and the red hair gave it to him. He gave it to him with the intent of him unlocking the door himself. But his orc arms are so big, he couldn't get his arms through the door. So he had us do it. Yeah. We've seen weirder shit today, literally. I mean, he says he's an elven who had a curse. Who are we to say no? Who are we to say no? He's saying the same thing. Alright, I think we gotta zone and then come back. People played it for like 5 days. New World, the only reason Lost Ark was fun was because they had zero involvement and they still fucked it up by screwing up the cash shop in the original content line. I'm not a fan of free-to-play because there are so many mechanics that are dubious. I'm not a fan of, like... This discourse is currently going on in fighting games. And I don't really like the idea either. Nah, not really. People are complaining about, like... They don't like the fact that fighting games have so much DLC, or like they're adding like DLC characters to the games and stuff, but I never really understood the argument because they're not necessarily doing anything different than they haven't already done. Like, You know, like Tekken had Tekken 5 and then Tekken 5 Dark Resurrection, which was the PSP game. But they added new characters to the PSP game, and the PSP game was thought to be the definitive version of the game. Street Fighter 4 literally has 4 different versions of itself. Like 4 different versions of itself that adds new characters and new mechanics into each version of the game. And so, in my opinion, I think it's nice because with Street Fighter, you had to buy, if you wanted, you had to buy each different version of the game, and then you lost your data each time. Until the last 2 iterations came around. At least this time, like, they're able to add and support the game, in my opinion, over the same amount of time that they were doing it prior, and this time around you don't lose anything. So, but I never really understand, because people are complaining, saying like it's daunting, the prices are daunting, because if you get into the game like 2 years later, then all the DLC's out and it's expensive. But I'm just sitting there thinking to myself, I'm like, it's one of those things that you really just can't have it both ways. You know what I mean? Like, you can't have it. You got to give and take, you know, in that regard. Like, they're adding new content to the game. They're supporting it for a long time. Or, like, they're supporting it rather than not support it. And giving you fresh stuff to do while they're working on the next one. I think I think that's fine. No? But there's quite a few people that don't like that. They don't like it because they think the cost of it shouldn't be so high after so many years. But I don't know. Like, I don't personally see it as really that bad of a thing. Like Tekken, if I have to remember, Tekken 7 is like, it's a 7-year-old game. I'd rather them support the game for X amount of years rather than just do nothing with it for 7 years and then release the new one, you know? Well, with free-to-play, it's a whole different idea. If I'm playing a game and I come across something that has a financial reason for being there, meaning like I need to spend money, I'm immediately taken out of the game. It's no longer a game. So like if a fighting game adds a new character, like 6 months later, does that also take you out of the game? I'm curious. Because that's what fighting games do. They'll add new characters and new stages and stuff like years later. Or, oh yeah, years later. If it's in my face, I mean, they're gonna advertise it. Hey, welcome back, Snowy. That chatty orc has escaped. But not before releasing all the other prisoners. There's evidence at the scene that the orc was supplied with crimson powder. We have a traitor in our midst. The escape was noticed after the changing of the guard. Could this have been during my watch? We have every able body in the Temple Knights available. Assigned to the search, but if the Knights choose to do nothing, then young Griffins will take the matter into their own hands. Exilami. Leave the military matters to your elders. Now return home and cease this unseemly conduct. That is your answer to everything, Father. It's the same tired answer you gave when... Seemingly. Ralph! What is afoot? Bistalt's work is complete. Truly? Yes. We must make haste to the meeting place. It shall be the young griffins who win this war. The elders of the kingdom cannot be trusted to lace their own boots. Damn. Who is that, you asked? Oh, that's my friend is Count Alphamili, M. Urakat, a royal knight and lord of the territory at Norville. I have only myself to blame for the behavior of my son and their heir. Ever since the incident with the Bloodwing Horde enclosed the capital in their merciless grip, the streets have grown increasingly dangerous. Our high-ranking knights have been targeted by Tomberry assassins. My General Malchitan of the Temple Knights was slain not 3 days ago. And now we have this incident with prisoners running free. The security of Sandoria is compromised. We must all be on our guard. And the Count has not had time to rest since the Battle of Junger. If he had but mobilized a larger force during that battle, the Knights of Norville might still be with us today. And with the loss of General Mu Chen, Count Nuriche will have a hard time coordinating the actions of the Royal and Temple Knights. It also appears we have a cunning adversity in the Orcs. If the prisoner break is truly of their making, perhaps the young Griffins will become our last bastion of hope after all. I jest, of course. Who are the young Griffins? Merely a name for those enthusiastic youths have given themselves. They employ the small courtyard further into Watchdog Alley as a meeting place. I hear they don't appreciate intrusions into their territory. Oh yeah? Now, how do we get there? That's true, Gray One. That's very true. Is it over here? No, it is over here. The hell they got a war machine for? Huh. Hold where you are, intruder. This territory is of the young Griffin. State your business or be gone. You don't mind? You mind, Rohalot? You're awfully loud and it's very hard to concentrate. Now if I push this while twisting that... Is it the song I remember? The captain and the lieutenant have returned. Out of all the songs in the past, this is the one I remember the most. Young Griffin's fallen. Captain Exilmi, Lieutenant Ralph, welcome back from your mission. At ease, Sentinel. Engineer, Philistine. Some quiet, if you please, Captain. Come out here and let's see this. Exhale me. What is it? You have an intruder. Why is there an elder here? Sentinel Rahalat, have you forgotten the third rule I trust? No, sir. The third rule of the Young Griffin's charter states that no elders may be permitted entrance into our territory. Then why have you been remiss in your duties? You there. I know not your business here, but you're trespassing on young Griffin's land. Be gone at once. Captain Exlamil. Now what? Royal Squire. Altenia approaches. Well, are we all playing nice together? Your vigilance is to be commended, Senator Rohalnot. You honor me, Squire Altenia. Hello. Is this a new member of your merry band? Maxine Meal? This cad? Most certainly not. She's trespassing in our territory. Is that so? Greetings. I'm Altenia of the House of Borel, a royal squire. And you are? A pleasure to meet you, Akane. Squire Altenia, please interrogate the intruder elsewhere. Very well, no need to pull rein, Captain. Shall we speak where we shan't disturb our brave young knights? It appears some matters weigh heavily on your mind. Let the War Council come to order. You were taken in by an orc's trickery and aided in his escape. Ellipsis. I find myself inclined to believe you. No one could invest such an unlikely tale. An orc bearing an uncanny, a unicorn signet ring, claiming to belong the House Aldricite. And then there's the matter of the Temple Knights Darvili and his ring of keys. But how could this orc have the signet ring of House Uricate? If it carries on the person of Count, it's carried on the person of Count Alformy at all times. And why should Sir Davili? I think I have an idea. Would you listen to my request, Akane? I want you to act as a guardian for these children. With all the strange happenings about the city these days, I fear for their safety. I would prefer to shoulder that responsibility myself, but my duties keep me busy. In return, I shall keep your part in the prison break just between you and me. Young Griffins, I told Akane you should allow her to join your order. You what? Squire Altenia. This was not discussed, and I shan't allow it. I support your decision, Captain Exilimi. As do I. These flies in the face of everything of which young Griffin stands. We are unanimous. The risks of embracing an untested stranger into our order are as strout. Piss posh. Now stop being so unfriendly and welcome your new member. Now, I must return to my post. I do not want to hear any bickering while I'm gone. You cannot do this. Take this intruder with you. What do we do, Captain? Ellipsis. Engineer Bistila. Is your project truly complete? Yes, Captain. I have to leave some of the finer details to an expert. And now that I think about it, the construction should not have been so complicated. The shell, to start with. All I want to hear was if it was finished or not. I know, Captain. I was merely testing your patience. You'll find plums Delor inside that box. Excellent. Intruder, I mean Akane. I have devised a way to test your suitability for the young griffins. Are you sure about this, Captain? Positive. If this new recruit can follow my orders to the letter, I may just find a place for her at the next council meeting. Listen up, recruit. I have a task for you. You are to distribute these plums Delor to the elders we name. They are simply good luck charms. Senator Roland, read out loud the names of our targets. Sir, yes, sir. The targets are as follows. Count Alflamili M. Uricha of the Royal Knights. However, he is quite busy, so it's permanent to leave his charm with the city guard, Luixard. Continuing on, Iron Ram Captain Rong Gilouts in Distude, Royal Knight Sablenot, Royal Guard Lieutenant, how the fuck do you even pronounce this? Philistilastis? He's on field duty, but can be reached through Royal Now Michignog, whatever. Temple Knight Darverly, out of the city, then you are to leave it with Temple Knight Louis. And lastly, Temple Knight Alanid, and Temple Knight, I don't even know how to pronounce it. 7 elders in total. You heard him, recruit. Deliver these charms on the double. Oh my god, dude. This music, I know. Dude, out of all the songs they play in the past that are unique to the past, that song that plays for those kids is the one that's stuck in my mind the most out of any of them. It's so obnoxious. I'm actually wearing it right now, Slow. Yo, thanks again so much. It came in a couple days ago. Yeah, thank you. Snowy, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Slow. Slow, enjoy the gifted sub courtesy of Snowy. Thank you for the support. Thank you. Machio Nage? Is that how you pronounce his name? Machio Nage? Machinage. Oh, she has the relic shield. And a mace. What a... I don't think any had imagined that the scattering beastmen would conspire to align with one another. Oops. Sorry, I hit my microphone. And then to organize an offensive of all things. There must be great evil. Charisma at work. Oh, you have to actually trade it. Oh. An attractive brooch comprised of gold, a gold feather, and a single pearl. This charm is to be delivered to Lieutenant Phil Lee Lewis. I shall hold it onto it until he returns from the battlefield. Nice. Shujin Academy for the win. Exactly. School life in those games are so much fun. Hey, Calberly. Hello. Oh, this is another guy right here. Yeah, this is another person you find out fighting. Child soldiers, let's go. It's all about honor and dignity. There, he's one of them. He's deliver it to his dad. You wish me to hand this to Count your Chayat? Very well. The captain of the young griffins must worry for his father's safety. Aylander, hello. Hey Marcola, if you're still here, are you excited for all the Persona games? I do like the armor though that they gave the Sandorian people in the past though. This armor looks pretty cool. It looks way better than the armor they have in the present day, in my opinion. It looks really neat. The pants are the worst though. They're the part that sucks though. Yeah, it sucks the worst. Alright, so this is another one. How do you pronounce this person's name? That's an I, right? Is that an I and two L's, or that's an I and two L's, right? Yeah, I'm not even gonna start. I'm not even gonna try. Young Griffin sent you? I see. A gesture of support from one knightly order to another. The Temple Knights must strive to meet their high expectations. Oh, he's gonna be pissed. This dude's a hard ass. Here you go. A good luck charm from the young griffin. I need nothing more than my sword arm to protect me from harm. You pass that on to those impudent young maggots. Suppose I was offered in good faith. I suppose it was offered in good faith. I shall take it now. Ever the asshole. Those young maggots. Oh, he's the other one. Wow, I didn't even know. He's literally right here. Here you go, sir. Oh, he's actually wearing the modern day armor. Yeah, this is the modern day Sandorian armor. I like the old one. The older look, or the newer one. I guess that's the old one. The charm from the young griffins. Splendid, I shall wear it into battle with pride. Send my thanks to those thoughtful lads. I think that looks so much better. Oh, hey, no, yeah, no, this was the general in the main story from Sandoria. Hey, okay. Not once in the 400 years since the dawn of the Royal Knights has the kingdom found itself in such peril. Let us take up our pike and stand our ground to ensure another 4 centuries of prosperity. Oh wow, they got I just realized they got yellow chocobos and the black chocobos. Huh. They're so tiny. Eloius? Oh, hey, look, it's a dancer. Look at her. It's an elven. Oh, well. That's the dancer artifact armor, but it's actually a thief. Alright, I take it back. I've been offline for a month, so I apologize if this is known, but how long does Final Fantasy go before we switch to Final Fantasy 12? I suspect I'm going to be playing for another 15 to 20 days. From the young griffins, what a compassionate gesture. May Altana watch over their gentle hearts. It is an MMO, so MMOs in general are, you know, bigger and longer games. So I would assume that like 15 to 20 more days for us to be able to get through most stuff. We still have 3 stories to go once we finish this one. Yeah. Yeah, so we've gotten, let's see, 3. We got the 3 starter quests done. Octagon, Rise and Chains of Promathia would make 6. So we're currently on the 7th. We're on the 4th expansion, which is like the 7th story in the game. And all 3 nations in the past, which is where we are, we're in the past. All 3 nations have their own separate stories. So talk about that. Oh. Did you know that the multinational expedition that was dispatched to the cursed lands to the north 10 years ago? I've heard it was an extremely dangerous mission and the whole team met with many misfortunes. Dang, so Franson Mage has been dead for 10 years. Damn. Ah. What a pretty feather. And this is for Sir Daverly, you say? He'll be thrilled, I am sure. I love the dedication. Oh, to the marathon? Well, you don't have to put too much stock in me. It's more so as to thank chat for it. Because the marathon is... I mean, don't get me wrong, I've been enjoying myself as well, but the thought of it didn't come out from the merry depths of my heart. It was a subathon incentive during a subathon that we had, and Chad got to the specific goals of it. So I promised them I would do a Final Fantasy marathon. So, and one of the sub goals was to include 11 and 14 into it, because originally I didn't have them in it. So in a way, chat paid for it. So I'm gonna stick to my word. However long it takes. I'm here for Judgment and Lost Judgment. We'll all be old and gray by the time I get around to that, alright? Snowy, I got Judgment, Lost Judgment, Ishin, the man who lost his name, and Yakuza Infinite Wealth. There's 5 Yakuza games now. I got so much. I'm drowning and not being able to do, like, I'm drowning and not being able to do it all. How fares your mission? I shall stand fast until Captain Mali arrives. Is everyone assembled? And what are the recruits? You completed your mission? Well done, Akane. You have earned the right to attend our next council meeting. As much as I loathe this decision, a knight's word is his honor. And this is from Squire Altini. I know not its use. Attention. The next war council will take place here at the usual time. Dismiss. A death stone? What? A black jewel? Why would she give you a death stone? I don't like the name of that. You must intra. You must wait one game day after completing Gifts of the Griffin in order to start the next quest. Bruh. It's 556. Well, this is the FF marathon. This FF marathon will feel like a big accomplishment when you're done. That is true. That's very true. You're not familiar with the stories of 11's storyline? All right, let me sit down and catch you up to speed. Shorthand. So, there's 3 starting nations. This is one of them. This is the Kingdom of Sandoria. Now, I won't even touch about that. Don't worry about the time period. Then we have the Republic of Bastok, and we have the Federation of Sandoria. The Kingdom of Sandoria, the Federation of Winders. Sandoria is the home of the Elven Elves. This is the elves in this game. They're called Elven. We have the Republic of Bastok is home to humans in this game called Humes in the Gulka, which I won't be able to show you on here because they don't exist here. And then we have the Federation of Winders, which is housed to the small people, the little small people, like what that guy was, like this. The Tar, and the Myth or Cat Girl, which is what I'm playing as. So, the kingdom, the knights had a storyline going on in present day of with 2 thieves infiltrating the kingdom, and they were trying to find a sword of one of their lost kings that was said to be almighty and all-powerful. They come to find out that the sword is not to be used because by unsheathing it, you basically unleash a nuclear bomb. I'm not even joking. So the whole story was about finding the sword, pretty much. And then there was some other stuff relating to the queen and her brother. The Republic of Bastok is all about racism. pretty much. That's what the story is about. The Humes are prejudiced against the Gulka, and it's basically that, a story of the prejudice of what happens between the two, and even going so far as coming back into the past, which is where we are now, 20 years in the past. The story is still pretty much about that. I'll buy it. There's a little bit more to it this time around. We have assassinations going on and stuff like that. And then we have the Federation of Winders. And the Federation of Winders' story is about a upcoming genius, Majidiro Majidrio. And he's talking about how current day Winders is in shambles, and that they are defenseless, and that they need to do stuff to bolster their defense, because the Yagudo are growing ever present, which is their enemy, their nation's enemy. And he is trying to study the magic of the great savior, Karabaru, who saved them 20 years ago in the past from annihilation. And so their leader is a lady called the Star Sybil, and she is like, hell, no, you can't learn that stuff. So he is trying to discover that. And then there's some stuff revolving Fenrir, the celestial avatar, and all that jazz. And so that's the three main stories. Hey, have a good night, Snowy. Thanks for coming out to today's stream. Where's the sword? The sword was claimed by the king. The sword was found. And it was given to a deceased king so that he could take it to the afterlife with him, so that no one can sheath it ever again. Because what ended up happening was the minutiae in that story was that, and it happened during this time. So during this time that we are right here, we're in wartime 20 years ago. The present three nations often talk about the war 20 years ago. So the fourth expansion takes you to the war. And what happened was to divide the strength of the beastmen, the Sandorian knights here averted the attention of the beastmen to the other city called Tabnazia. And in that city, the guy found the sword, sheathed it, and blew up his city. And he blamed Sandoria for because they diverted the attention to them, which caused him to do that. He didn't know that was going to happen. So he blames them for encouraging the beastmen to go and attack them. But they needed that to happen, because by dividing the attention of the beastmen, it allowed all three of the allied nations to deliver the final blow to the leader, which ultimately ends the war, as we know it. That was what happened. So the whole quest is that guy survives somehow. He sheathes the sword and he survives, and he's trying to take his revenge on the kingdom. But not really. He really just wants to find the sword so that no one can do the same mistakes that he did. While everyone else is trying to find the sword so that they can use it for lust of power. Is that explained as part? Oh, it is. No, this is a multi-layer cake. So, like I said, there's 3 starting nations: the Federation of Winders, the Republic of Bastok, and Sandoria. And in doing so, they all have their own individual storylines. And then you have the first expansion, Rise of Zillert, which involves the ancient people of Zillert and the Kalu. The second expansion, which is Chains of Promathia. So, or do you learn online through quests? No, we learn by playing the game. We learn, we go through the storyline in the game. So for Rise of Zillert, the storyline with that is that 10,000 years ago, there was a race of people called the Zillard, and they were trying to enter into the sanctuarium of the gods. And they eventually had a civil war, and in doing so and tapping the energy that they tried to harness to get into into the gods, they annihilated their race. Some of them survived and were put into sleep, and they were recently reawoken within 30 years ago, and now they're trying to do it all over again. And then, which that is like stepping stones for Chains of Promathia, which Chains of Promathia is about the upcoming of the Twilight god Promathia, which talks about the Ziller to a further extent and humanity in this world in general. We come to find out that everybody believes that Eltana, who is the goddess of dawn, is the birth of all the races in this game, which the 5 races in this game. But we also come to find out that Promathia is equally involved into the creation of every species in this world. And he's trying to resurrect himself and then kill himself so that he can kill everybody, because if he kills himself, he kills everybody. So it was something else. Chains of Promathia is something else. The next one after that is Treasures of Octurgan, which is completely unrelated, and it's in its own place. So it's unrelated to all the other storylines, although it has characters from the other ones. And so it's a storyline about the empire of Octurgan, which is ever conquered. And what ends up happening is there is a brother and a sister. It's a story of a brother and a sister, and the brother basically wants absolute power. But their father deemed the sister the successor. But she's a little kid. So he basically is the one ruling the country while she's technically the queen. But she's so young, she can't really make important decisions. Anyways, it eventually devolves into this thing called the Twilight of the Gods, if I remember correctly, where Odin and Alexander are donned to clash. And if they do, they basically obliterate the world with their battle and stuff like that. The Empire conquered a town which annihilated this band of Corsairs. And in the leader of the Corsairs' dying breath, he made a pledge with Odin so that he could enact his revenge against the Empire for annihilating his town. And then that guy meets the queen, the Empress and all that stuff. And he's like, I don't want to exact my revenge. But Odin's like, no. No. You are becoming me. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. So Odin is like trying to resurrect himself again. And so it becomes a clash between Odin and Alexander. And then you have Wings of the Goddess, which is the 4th expansion, which we're currently on right now, which involves time travel. Which is time travel. And so we're currently traveled in time 20 years into the past. Yeah, I'm skipping a buttload of details. So Wings of the Goddess is basically the battle of what is the correct future. So the future we come from, we find out that it's actually a fabricated future. So, like I said earlier, the whole reason we did the 3 nations in the present, outside of doing it just because it's story, is because it makes the 4th expansion even better, because it touches on the details that gets explained in the 4th expansion. This is during wartime, where all nations have to come together to battle the Shadow Lord in his prime. and stuff like that when he's trying to take over the world. And you hear glimpses of it in present day about how devastating it was, and now we see it. It is very devastating. The nations are barely surviving, if that at all. Like for instance, the Winder storyline talks about the great savior Karabarawa and how he saved Winders from annihilation 20 years ago. We see it happen in Wings of the Goddess. We saw how he summoned Fenrir and that annihilated the Yagudo hordes. We saw it happen with our very eyes. In the Bastok, we see Zeed's confrontation with Humes and how the tension between Humes and the Gulka keeps rising and rising and rising. And we go back 20 years in the past and we see it even further, where the prejudice between the Humes and the Gulka are even more worse than they've ever been. And we see the dastardly acts that the humans did against the Gulka to deceive them. We see the acts that Gulka have taken against others. It's a lot. So, it's a lot. We were here for all of this, more or less, so yeah. It's an MMO, so it's a big game. Yeah. I don't really know what we're gonna go do, so we're gonna go do something. I guess I'll go do what you were saying. So we still have one more expansion pack after this. Seekers of Alduin is after this. And then after that, Final Fantasy introduced free expansions that you could do. We've technically have already been working on a portion of it already. It's called Rhapsody of Vana'diel. So this is supposed to take all the storylines, or at least all the main characters and characters from the established stories that came prior, and tie it with a bow as a send-off, because this was originally supposed to be the final story in the game. And then years later, they came out with another free one, which I can't show you because you have to beat Rhapsody to get access to it, called a Vicarious Resurgence. I've never done that one. So I'll be experiencing that one for the first time myself. But we still have 3 things to do after this. Well, we've been playing Final Fantasy for like 30. We've been playing Final Fantasy 11 for like 30 plus days, so there's been a lot that's happened, storyline wise. Yo, Slow, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you for the support. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. It's very kind of you. I feel like I held you hostage for 10 minutes after I got done explaining that. There's one notorious monster, and I'm not fighting him because he is a summoner. Yeah, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Aka loves 11 so much that he never minds telling it like it is. Yeah. I've not been shy with my forthcoming. That's my favorite FF game. So. I'd have to separate them category-wise, though, because it's kind of unfair to spend more time. Dynamic? Yeah. I can't really do anything else. I'm locked out of storylines in the past. I'm day locked. So... And there's not enough time in the stream for me to be able to do anything else, so I figured, why not? I'd like to get, I want to get the pants for Dancer, because they make the jig for Dancer last 30 seconds longer. But they're in Bendai Glacier, so I have to fight, I have to, beat all 4 of the bosses before I can get access to Bendai Glacier. We already beat that, folks. Said they wouldn't allow me to heal him. They're like, you can't see him because he's stuck in the pole. That's so stupid. But we finished the Bastok storyline in the past, not that long ago. So we started the Sandoria one, but I'm day locked. There's a lot more day locks in Sandy and Bastok's storyline than there ever was in Winders. Winders didn't have any day lock at all, if I remember correctly. There was no having to like, hey, wait a game day to come back so that you can continue. Let's summon King of Hearts. King of Hearts does haste too. I think. Might be wrong. Well, we want to stay away from that guy. We don't want to fight this guy. He's a summoner. F that. Now I have a VOD to watch. The Bastok stuff was really good. I thought it was pretty good. My first Final Fantasy love was Final Fantasy 12. I can't wait for Aka to do that one. That's after this one. I've actually never finished that one. Trooper is a paladin. God, I hate when it eats your abilities. Did you do them too fast? There you go. Oh, he's a red mage. I was like, how did he cast that so fast? We might want to move here. Yeah. Let's move Sibidon. Hey, you. Over here. I mean, you could die too. I'm totally fine with that too. Over here. Is he bound? Oh. He was acting like he was bound. Someone sees me. Mesmerizer. Should be a black mage, yeah?
I hope you send fire.
Yo, hey, thank you so much for... Thank you so much for buying her, that was a DVD shirt? Hey, thank you so much for, buying that off my throne page. Hey, that's very kind of you. Thank you so much. I think it's very kind of you. Thank you. Whoever did that. There he is. Not me, I'm innocent. Who's guilty? Innocent. Intra's always guilty. Always a schemer. Yo, Slow, hey, thank you so much. It's very kind of you, thank you. Going back to what I was saying, or not really going back to it, but someone hitting us from afar? Oh. Yeah, Final Fantasy XI has been around since 2002, so it has 21 years of content and story, which is why it, we've been playing it as long as we have. It's been around so long. Yo, hey, I capped my accuracy. When did I do that? Nice. Alright. In terms of, like, how much story content we have left to go through, we're over halfway done. But time-wise, I'm not so sure. Is it this way? Is he up here? He's right here, isn't he? He sure is. I wasn't sure if he was here. Don't get caught. I'll try not to. Whoa. I'm dead. What were you doing? You were doing absolutely nothing. That's what you were doing. He did nothing. He just stood there and let me die. Guru. Was probably running away trying to get the safety. I've noticed that happens with the white mage tresses. that do that. Like, they'll sit there and prioritize running away to safety more than anything else. So sometimes they'll just sit there and do nothing while you're being pummeled. Because they're just like, I gotta get here, I gotta get here, I gotta get here. Alright, do I got another tag? I do. I'm gonna use it. Don't get caught. That's the t-shirt message I sent. Oh, with that. Okay. Yeah, I couldn't hear it clearly. I have to fix my audio settings for that. Well, that sucked. I guess I should have fought the 2 ads first. $17.8. Yeah, let's go get another tag while we're here. Thank you, sir. Frontline support. Thank you. Yep. Has our rank changed at all? No, still a contributor. I think that's the 3rd rank. That means that we've ranked up twice. I think. Let's do this one. Yeah, thank you again. That's very kind of you. Chat must keep Aka in cute shirts. I don't know if it's cute if it has Trapper's face on it. Thank you, ma'am. Alright, let's go turn that in. It means we have done 5 points of this today. Because we did a 3 and another 1 earlier. So this will be 5 points. You need 20 points total. To get to the next rank. If we get to the next rank, we know we would have done 60, which has to be like way beyond what I need for this. I'm still a contributor. Fun fact, they had Home Nation flag t-shirts for Final Fantasy XI on sale for a time. I got 3 Windurst ones. Really? When was that? Oh, was that on like the Square Enix store? Ages ago? Yeah, I was gonna say, 'cause I check out the Square Enix store from time to time. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. Not in Australia, though. I wore holes into my... Hey, I'm shaved. It was like 07, 08. Oh. Yeah, that was a really long time ago then. I didn't know this. I can use the goblin in 14 days. Nice. Where are we on? Not really that much. I still can't do the next Wings of Legatus mission. Nope. Well, no, I'm sorry. I can't do the next Rhapsody of Anadia mission. No. I don't want to do the Seekers. Is there anything else? We can't do Explore the Trove. Nope. Nope. We might do the next limit quest. We're definitely going to do the next 3 limit quests when we start Seekers. That's for sure. So we'll get the... If we're able to finish Wings of the Goddess at level 85, we're going to immediately go to 99. Like, level up to get the 99. Before we even start Seekers. So we'll have 15 levels to gain. Which then that also means that we'll unlock the job point stuff. Nice. I guess we can go to the Monk Garden. I haven't been there in a hot minute. I'm glad I skipped the Starter Nation rings. Quality was very lacking from what I heard. I'm not much of a jewelry person like that. I don't really like the idea of having stuff in my hands like that. Examine the earth-erupting roots to reveal riveting rewards. Well, maybe not riveting, but rewards nonetheless, Kupo. Either way, take some time to talk to me when you're done. You have... Head elsewhere. Check my shining stars. Exchange stars. What's 5? No. No. 15? Crab collar. No. Shimmering inventation. Oh, you gotta get 15? Dang, I didn't know this. What about 1? Why would you... No. That's dumb. I can just take a home point there. Why would I do that? He does have this, though. The Bowl of Goblin Stew, 880. You can use this to actually get past the Goblin quest, I believe. Yeah. So you don't have to buy the items for it. You can just give it this item, and then bam. Done. I could do that. Not like I don't have the money. I don't know. Do we have anything growing? Devoid of both seeds and fertilizer. Okay. Give me some seeds. I do still have the dog tags, my character and server inscribed. And a set of 4 small figures. All still in the box, never wore those. Hey, nice. That's pretty cool. Damn, you gotta wait 20 hours. Dang. Be able to even do anything. Can you do anything here? No, can't do anything there, huh? Or there? Dang, it's so bare in the beginning. Is there anything we need to do in Windy? No, I don't think once I came. anything else at all that we can... I can't think of anything else. When we get story locked now, I can't really think of much else to do. I've been so, I guess I put myself in a position where this happens, I guess. We already got all the artifact armor. We haven't leveled any of it up yet, but I'm not going to worry about that. I still haven't done deal 1,110 to 1,120 damage. I still haven't finished it. Dangraf Wadi, vanquish multiple enemies. Oh, hey, nice. Colonization Reeves. I'm gonna wait till we get a part of that. I'm gonna wait till we're 99 so we can get the capacity points for that. Get 1,250. I'm gonna wait on that one. Plus, we're gonna have to do one anyway, most likely. Let's see. Oh, I know what to check. Can we use our copper vouchers to get plasma from Delve? Because there's level 99 accessories that we might want to get from that are going to be better than what we currently got going on. Can we do that? I'm glad I thought of this, because I was thinking about this off stream and I completely forgot. Let's see. Exchange AMA for currency. Are you able to get plasma? You are. You can get plasma. Nice. Alright, and then where's the NPC? He's at the Inventors Guild. There's an NPC that you can trade currency to get plasma items. Although we might not get access to him. We might not have access to him for the simple fact that we are not that far in Seekers. Should be... No? Is it you? I thought it was a tar. No, it's you. Of course, got more plasma. Then you know what to do with it? Trade it for some, my finest goods. Yeah, there we go, there we go. Proceed with the exchange. Equipment. And then he has it broken down by zones. Wait, it says 0 pages. Is that because I have 0 plasma? No, but it shows this. Oh, you probably have to win the zone, don't you? Oh, well, that's not gonna work. Damn. Damn, that would have been helpful. Dang. What's another way that we can get some pretty decent accessories? Domain evasion is gonna be another one. Once we get the 99, we're gonna start doing domain evasion once per stream. Because that's gonna help quite a bit. Well, chat, you know what time it is. I will have to see you all